Hello, 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 everyone. Just about ready to get started, so I'll see you all in a second. I hope you got your snacks, your AC on, or your blankets on your lap. Honestly, depending on where you are right now, temperature can be very different. Some interesting weather lately. You're right there. Alright, hello everybody. I think I'm ready. I think I'm all set. For the most part. If I missed anything, it'll become obvious. How you all doing today? Let me see who's here. Aegon Dragon, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? L, hello, welcome L. Azarul Dude, welcome. Altair, hello. Azrael Dude says, actually, you know what? Let me get into my close-up before I start actually reading messages that will start conversations. Because it looks like Azrael Dude's got something to say. How you doing, everybody? Good to see you. Let me see. I'm going to quiet down our starting music here. We don't need it anymore. I still love it, though. Do you guys get sick of the starting music? I don't. So far, I haven't. But I might be biased. Alright, there we go. It's gone. Squiddy Falls by Garrett Hill. Also, anybody here watch Gravity Falls? Do you have the comparison in your brain? The Squiddy Falls theme, largely inspired by Gravity Falls. Name-wise, it was named by Garrett Hill. But the inspiration is certainly there. Anybody watch Gravity Falls? Let me see. I might even... You're busy watching Gravity Falls right now, Aegon? Do you see the resemblance? I'm gonna play it, I think. Gravity Falls opening theme. Now, hopefully this won't hit me with the DMCA or anything. I see a lot of people get away with so much copyright music on their streams, but I swear, like, anytime I get close, my audio at least gets muted, and sometimes I see a warning or something like that. And Gravity Falls, I think, is on Disney Plus. So please don't kill me, Disney. But at least for, like, it's 40 seconds, okay? I'm gonna... Yeah, there it is. Listen to this. You guys see the resemblance? This is Gravity Falls theme music. Alright, there it is. No DMCA for 38 seconds, please. Disney, please. Just a small little stream. I just wanted to play it because I like the opening for that. And my original avatar that I made, my first live 2D, was based not on Gravity Falls, but on another Western animation show that played on Disney Plus, which is The Owl House. And I had been big into watching like those types of shows at that point, and Gravity Falls just has like, it's hard to beat that opening. It's very good. Owl House's opening is good too, but Gravity Falls just takes the cake. And I wanted a little bit of that inspiration in the Squiddy Cat theme music. Anyway, let's transition over to the lo-fi. And let me see what you guys have to say. Azrael Dude, you still here? I'm gonna read your comments. Let's see, Azrael Dude says, Ricky, are you excited to see super chats in the future? On Twitch? Let me see. Twitch just incorporated hyper chats for partners. So anybody who wants to be relevant for a limited period of time for you, he just needs to crank that money, and you can see the amount they need to donate to appear on top. Oh, okay. So they're taking the YouTube thing. I mean, I know YouTube's not the only one to do it, but Super Chats is the YouTube thing, right? Where somebody donates some amount of money above some certain threshold, and it pins to the top of the stream, the top of the chat for a while, so you can see it, and then somebody else can knock that out of the way by donating more money or something of the like. This is the first time hearing of it, so I can't say I was excited yet because I wasn't aware. But I may see Super Chats in my future faster than I see them on Twitch, because for all I know, I might end up switching over to YouTube. If Twitch keeps going the direction it's going, I'm at least going to start playing with YouTube a little bit more. We'll see. I really like the Twitch family that I have here. That's the biggest thing that's keeping me. I know a lot of you guys would probably follow me to YouTube and watch over there, but I wouldn't have the same network of streamers that I could go raid and stuff, and you know, if somebody usually tended to watch multiple streams at once, they might not necessarily want Twitch tabs and YouTube tabs open. I don't know. It could shake things up a little bit, but Twitch has been going in a pretty nasty direction in general, and I just can't see myself joining any of the other sites like Trovo or Rumble or Kick. So I'm likely to stream on YouTube to test it out a little bit in the near future. Now, maybe my test streams will be on different days than my usual schedule. Maybe they won't. It just depends on my own availability. But I would not be I'd not be surprised if we see me start streaming over there a little bit more often to see how it lines up. Let's see. You just turned on your armored core, Azrael, dude. Which one? Or is that a joke? You mean your actual physical armored core, like you're in the mech itself? I'll still say which one. I think there's a few named mechs in that game. Elle says, hello, Ricky, just woke up. Good morning, Elle. Good weather there? Yay, nay? There we go. I've caught back up to Aegon watching Gravity Falls right now. Gravity Falls is iconic. I think it's great. Haruru! Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Matreus! Howdy. Matreus says, what? That's not true. Twitch is going in a very solid direction. Down. I'll give you that, Matreus. I'll give you a +2. Give you a gold on Reddit. I don't know. I'm still like out of the general direction of social media. I'm getting used to some other things. I don't know any of the ones that let me mark up comments, but I'll do that to that one. You get a little bit of credit for that, Matreus. Mark says, speaking of Twitch going in a nasty direction, I just had to toggle off the sharing of my personal data to advertisers. Huh. I don't know if I've seen that one yet. Maybe my browser just ignored it. They're automatically like, nah, you're a streamer. You want to share your data. I guess at least the slight bonus that you can toggle it off. A lot of websites just make you do that as part of their terms of service. Azure Dude says, because you said, hey, did you guys turn on your ACs? Oh, gotcha. All right. I see you, Azrael Dude. I'm not going to give you as much credit for that one as Matreus's Twitch jab, but you get some points. ACs starting to mean too many things right now. With Armored Core just sort of popping up out of the shadows again recently, I still can't help but think of Assassin's Creed anytime I see somebody abbreviate it to AC. How do you feel today? I'm feeling okay. It's Thursday. Animal Crossing 2, that's true, very true. I'm a little bit tired. I didn't sleep that well. I haven't been sleeping that well in general lately, mainly because I've had so little time on my days that, like, part of my brain keeps wanting to sacrifice some of the evening time to get a little bit of extra stuff done that I otherwise wouldn't have time for, and that evening time ends up eating into my sleep time. So a little bit tired, but otherwise pretty good. Animal Crossing, by the way, very different from what we've been playing lately, but a game that I really want to play a little bit of. I'm worried. I don't know. I guess you guys are mainly here for me and not the games that I play, but I'm a little bit worried that if I start playing Animal Crossing on this channel, a lot of people won't be into it just because it's so different. And it's sort of a slower, it's like there's no action to that game really. But I got a Switch, and I haven't had the ability to play Animal Crossing in a long time, not since back when I was using my ex-girlfriend's Wii. Animal Crossing's just chill, nice to nap to. Yeah, it would probably be good for some, like, end of the week, late night streams. Aegon says, I may not talk as much because I'm embroidering my jacket. Ooh, really? What you putting on there, if you don't mind me asking? Ruru says, watched the Secret Invasion first episode yesterday. Looks decent so far. Oh yeah? I'm excited about that one. I know it just came out. No spoilers, of course. Did they only drop the first episode? I know sometimes Disney Plus drops a couple at once and then they do the rest weekly. Are they just gonna have this come out over the course of 6 weeks? There is a little bit of backlash, of course, because Disney just crossed an unfortunate threshold. They claim to have not known, the people in charge of Secret Invasion claimed to have not known how it worked. Sounds like BS to me, but the entire opening sequence, like the opening credit sequence on the episodes of Secret Invasion, were created with AI art. Which is not looking too good on them, and would mark the first time that one of these like big companies actually used the unethical type of AI art right there in their big product. So it's getting a little bit of causing some flames out there. There's some fires that need putting out. And they're not exactly saying which AI they used. But since the controversy's come up so much and they're not saying, that just seems to further cement to me the fact that they're using one of the unethically sourced ones. Which is most of them right now, although we did have a conversation about this the other day, how some of them are totally fine, like what Across the Spider-Verse uses and Adobe's new one that they came out with. I have no problem with them if they're not stealing people's art and unethically sourcing their stuff, but the entire open sequence of Secret Invasion apparently is like a constantly morphing set of weird images that are generated via AI and using the art scraper method, which is interesting in a couple of ways. One, like I said, the people in charge of Secret Invasion were like, oh, we didn't know how it worked, which it seems really hard for me to believe that, like, in that setting, in the Disney Marvel Corporation thing, that nobody who was high enough in power to say anything actually knew of the AI art discourse. That seems unlikely to me. But even if we take that at face value and say, oh, they didn't know what they were doing, the current legal state of AI art is that AI art is not copyrightable. Which means that technically the opening to Secret Invasion is public domain. Not the music, but like the actual generation of the whole thing has to be public domain because it was generated using that AI, unless Disney's gonna go try and change that law. Of course, that being said, if you decide to get cheeky and be like, oh, I'm gonna use Secret Invasion's opening to do stuff, you do have to be ready to be the one that wants to brave Disney and Marvel's lawyers. Whether or not you know you're on the right side of the law, having to brave those sets of lawyers is usually not worth it for people, but just on paper, that should be public domain because that type of work is currently not legally copyrightable. So it'll be interesting to see what comes from it. I'm not gonna let the opening of the show prevent me from seeing it, like the credit sequence. I'm still hoping that the show is good, but it is unfortunate that they went that way, because if they defend it too hard and they're Disney and Marvel, then all of a sudden, you know, you're gonna have all these other studios being like, oh, so we can actually leverage AI art and get away with it. Nice. because a lot of other studios will. But let me see what you guys are saying. I spoke too much. I don't want to get on a huge AI rant like we did last time, because I really do think there's a lot of promising elements of that sort of thing. It's just right now people gotta realize where the boundaries are, man. And I am excited to watch it, Haruru. I'm glad you said it looks decent so far. Only one episode was dropped immediately? Okay, so I heard it's going to be 6 episodes long. Over the course of 6 weeks, I guess it'll come out. I'll probably watch it a little closer to the end, because I tend to like binging a little. Egon says, I'm putting on a Spider-Man logo, and then I'm going to put Flapjack. Oh, nice. Both good choices. Flapjack, for people who don't know, is from the Owl House, which I mentioned earlier. Disney, what dumpster fire, yep. Logan! Hello, howdy, hola, hey, hi, yo, what's up? Logan, also known as a burning log on the internet. How you doing? I've had a little bit, actually, I've gotten a little bit better about it. I don't know if you guys noticed. You guys who are here all the time, Perhaps remember me talking about a worry of mine a few months ago when I was like, I think that I'm in a lower stress situation than I have been for a lot of my life ahead of time, just because I'm finally in a place where I have a house and money and stuff like that. And for a long time, it was dealing with 100 hours work every week in college and not having money and not always knowing where my food was going to come from and being in an abusive relationship, etc., foreclosing house on my family and all this stuff. So by comparison, my current state of living is less stressful, and I think my brain is not used to that. I mean, I don't know. Grain of salt. This has really just come from a conversation with Muttmelon, who does have some expertise in this area because of what he does for jobs and stuff. But he was suggesting that the lower stress state of my life probably partially had to do with this worry that I had, where my brain and my voice were out of sync. I would either end up talking really slow or having these long pauses in the middle of my statements before I could think of what I wanted to finish it off with, or I'd go the other direction and I would talk so fast. And I still do a little bit of that. But I think, for the most part, I've been slowly getting better over these courses of a couple months. I'm not really having as much lull as I was having then. The reason I was concerned then was because it seemed to be getting worse over time. Now it seems to be getting a little bit better. I don't know. I'm not sure if it is or if it isn't, or if that's just in my head. I got paranoid the other day because I went to watch one of my VODs and I'm like, do I really talk this fast? And then I noticed that for some reason, Twitch had set the speed of the video to like 1.5. For some reason, I didn't set it there. But I was like, oh, thank God. Anyway, Matreya says, of course they went AI art. They pissed off all their artists and special effects people. It's true, they were forcing them real hard, especially during like She-Hulk era and stuff like that. And when they had She-Hulk and Wakanda Forever that they were working on all at once. Mark says, seriously? An MCU production starring Samuel L. Jackson, produced by Disney, couldn't just hire a goddamn artist? So here's the thing. I've seen the opening sequence. And again, I really think it's BS for them to say, oh, we didn't know how it worked. But I guess they wanted to go for this artistic thing with the opening, like the credit sequence, where since the premise of the show is the invasion of the Skrulls and the shapeshifters, and it's like questioning what you look at and not really knowing what's real or not, they wanted to do this weird, trippy AI opening where all of the images were a little warped and they were morphing into other images real time and blah, blah, blah. It would have been quite a feat for an artist or a series of artists, I suppose, to make it look quite that sort of way, but they could have brought it in a different direction. And also, it wouldn't have been impossible. I'm sure they just compared prices on things and were like, yeah, we like the idea of getting it done fast and cheap a lot more than paying a number of artists to make a similar thing over a long course of time. And that's why it's scary. Because a lot of other places are going to say, if Disney did it, we can do it too. Matreya says they finally put an art law to AI art. If an image comes from AI, it cannot be copyrighted. But if you were to alter it about 80% by hand, then you can still use it as transformative. I see. Florida is fighting those lawyers now. Yeah, I was mentioning how it can't be copywritten. But I have a feeling Disney didn't alter it 80% by hand. Especially since it was this flowing thing, it would have had to be per frame. So like, theirs is probably still public domain. Matreya says, in the pro art community, there's major issues going on at the moment. Too much to crunch time and not enough pay. Artists are at their limit at this point. Yeah, it's a scary time for artists. And like, I'm an artist. I don't even know. I was gonna say I'm an artist first and a tech person second. But as much as I was an artist first in life, tech is more of my life now, so I guess I'd have to, if anything, give them equal footing. But I'm always gonna favor the human side of things a little bit more than the tech side of things. As much as I think tech is cool, and I love it, and I've made my life out of it, you know, the point of it, and ultimately the point of AI, is gonna be to save us from things. Save us from awful, laborious, dangerous work, and create alternate jobs instead that are safer, or less jobs, because ultimately, you know, eventually for humankind, we shouldn't have to work all the time. But until we've really like changed things up a fair bit, alternate jobs is fair. But taking away jobs for things that people are passionate about, like, oh, the AI is going to do the art instead of you, that's not really, it's not really what it's meant for. Hydrate and head pats. Thank you, Azrael, dude. I was too busy in the rant to see who did the head pats, but I did see them show up, so thank you. I actually have a selection right now. I got my water, of course, always. I got my Arizona green tea, which I've been drinking often lately. And I've got a little bit of Baja Blast Mountain Dew, which is the unusual one in the selection today, because I ordered Taco Bell for lunch. And I'm like, you know what? I haven't had a Baja Blast in a long time. I kind of forget how it tastes. I remember I liked it. So I ordered one, and I've been sort of slowly drinking it. Water, yeah, I think water's, I mean, hydrate doesn't necessarily come with the choice to choose which liquid I drink, but I think water is ultimately the best decision here, Azrael, dude, I agree. AI doing my taxes, please. Like, that would be pretty cool. Obviously, you'd still have to go in and review it, and some people would get lazy and probably make mistakes, but yeah, AI doing the things we don't want to do. Though quite frankly, the IRS should be doing our taxes. Because the IRS clearly did the numbers already. If you get something slightly wrong on your taxes in a way that keeps something from the IRS, they know immediately, and they come in with an audit. They're like, hey, you're not giving us all the money you owe. It's like, oh, so you already did the numbers and you're just making me do them instead. Now, if you make a mistake that prevents them from giving you some of the money that you're owed, they don't say anything. They're completely quiet because they did those numbers and they're like, hey, we're actually making money off this guy because he messed up in our favor. But if you mess up in your own favor, they know. We shouldn't even have to do them in the first place. Because they clearly already know. They're just trying to make us mess up. And I'm salty about it, okay? Taxes are annoying. I had my water, Ezreal, dude. Thank you. I'm also gonna have a sip of Baja Blast for flavor. Top it up. All right. So, I'm actually going to stop the lo-fi. Suddenly. It's quiet now. Because tonight, I absolutely 100% want to finish Resident Evil 4. I planned on that happening last week. I was like, oh, I can get the remainder of Resident Evil 4 done last week because people told me I was close. But we ended up having interesting conversations about things like the big tent dark trait tests and various things like that, and I also hadn't actually Googled how many chapters were in the game yet at that point, so I was a little short of being able to do it. But I am currently partway through chapter 15 out of 16 chapters in Resident Evil 4. Very doable tonight. I actually saw like the end sequence of 3 chapters in my most productive night in Resident Evil, although some of the chapters are definitely shorter. I'm expecting the final chapter is probably going to be a little bit longer. Either that or chapter 15 is long, because it doesn't feel like I'm right at the end yet. It feels like there's a little bit too much left to still cover. So I do want to put on the game ASAP. If we end up finishing the game and it's like 10 and I normally stop at 12, that'd be surprising. That's only an hour and a half from now. But if that ends up happening, we'll just do some other things. We'll chat. We'll go over the, like, talk about the game and all that stuff. But in the case that we need, 3.5 hours, I'd like to start around now. Spoilers, Haruru? What, you mean knowing how many chapters there are? Unfortunately, like, as a streamer who needs to plan these things out as content to a certain degree, I need to know a little bit. Because I don't always stop at the end of chapters in Resident Evil. Like, imagine there were only 15 chapters to the game, and I played through, like, possibly half or 3/4 of chapter 15 last time, and I just came on today being like, oh, I don't know how much we have left, and then there's, like, a third or a quarter of a chapter left, and then we're just done. I mean, I guess that would be okay, but I think it works out better to plan, and I don't really... Like, knowing how many chapters there are when I'm already close to the end, I feel like it's not that big a deal. Spoiler-wise. It just tells me I'm near the end, not what's going to happen. Spoilers on an 18-year-old game. Well, to be fair, Jen, I have had some things in my to-do list that have been more than a decade old that I have avoided spoilers for, because I just haven't gotten to them yet. I generally still consider something to be a spoiler if somebody's trying to avoid information on it actively, regardless of how old it is. But knowing that the chapter count is it's a little bit more strict than I tend to be in terms of what I would consider a spoiler, I guess. Azrael Dude says, don't be hard on you. You do a lot in the day anyway. Yeah, I'm just trying to take it easy. And it does help me mentally sort of plan for these things if I know how much I have left. So let me actually adjust my category here, because I need to get out of the just chatting mentality. Let me see. Resident Evil 4. Now, we're gonna finish Resident Evil 4 today, but I really want to continue playing Resident Evil games. We'll have a little bit of discussion. I don't know if I'm gonna let you guys choose, or if I'm ultimately going to be the one to choose, but I'd love to hear your opinions. We will have a little bit of discussion about what I'll be playing next, because we recently finished Inscription, and we'll be finishing Resident Evil 4 today, and those are our 2 long games that we've been really dedicating ourselves to. I know that I started Fallout New Vegas, and I didn't get too far into that. To be honest, that game was not gripping me. I imagine I'm going to return to Fallout New Vegas when I feel very much in a Fallout mood. I'm not going to just, like, abandon it. But Fallout New Vegas, I'm going to say not on the list right now as, like, what I'm going to get to next. Elden Ring, as Haruru's mentioning, is one of the major contenders. Although the only thing that makes me a little bit more hesitant about that is at the speed at which we make our way through games, I'm likely to be playing Elden Ring still 1 year from now. Even if I play it twice a week for 3-hour sessions each time, which means I would have only talked for 1 of the hours out of our 4-hour session, and I did it twice a week, that's 6 hours of Elden Ring we'd get in a week, and the game can easily be 120 hours. Now, I don't know if you want to do the math on that. It's actually not that bad in terms of math, but that's a long time. That's a lot of weeks. So when we finally decide to play Elden Ring, Either it's going to be very, very slow burn, or the channel's going to have the same type of content for a long time, which could be cool. I mean, I am very much looking forward to Elden Ring. Here, my cat wants to go out. We got that Darius interruption if you want to get your Darius emotes ready. There we go. You feel like it's very daunting? Yeah, both from a player standpoint, because I don't have too much time, but also just from a content creation standpoint. Like, if I start playing Elden Ring, and I try to play Elden Ring all the way through on stream, are you guys even gonna still be interested in Elden Ring by the time we're even halfway through it? Like, maybe? And also, I know that the vast majority of streamers and even my friends who have played Elden Ring haven't even finished it because it's so long. And that's what you get, I guess, when it's like a Dark Souls that's also open world. Like even Matreus, who's played the Souls games like multiple times over, a lot of times like I have, has yet to finish Elden Ring, I believe. You finished it, Matreus? Okay. I think last time I heard from you, I thought you hadn't. What do you mean in your statements? Mark says, yeah, I'm kind of surprised you haven't been playing Elden Ring. I only experienced most From Software games through watching you, so I've still seen hardly any of the game yet. Yeah, I started it a few times, but I just wasn't feeling in the right frame of mind for it at the time. And I do feel like I'm there now. I feel like I could start Elden Ring and start playing through it. It's just concerning in terms of content, because if we do play it for half a year and we're only halfway through the game and people are not showing up to those streams and things, I'm going to feel bad for the couple of people that really wanted to see it all the way through if I feel like it's not best for the channel to keep it going, you know? Because I don't love ending games without having finished them. Even if I'm planning on finishing it off stream. But, you know, part of this is to provide content that people want to see too. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Azrael Do That says, I mean, considering whatever state you are in your life, it's normal to make exception, your work, your relationships. Yeah. Although, you know, the game itself will not affect those things too much, because regardless of what the game is, we have the stream time set aside, right? So it could be a game that I can finish in a single stream, or it can be a game that's going to take place over the entire course of a year. It will still just happen during the designated streaming times. So even if it's a daunting game, it still takes up the same slots. It will just make content a little bit less varied during that time, I think. Mark says Elden Ring, like most From games, seems like an easy one to talk over since it's mostly dialogue free. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Probably a good game for getting into like what's the word I'm looking for? I'm thinking adages, but that's not what I want. Like anecdotes. There we go. It would be a good stream for anecdotes and back and forth conversations for me to tell stories. Oh God, I see what you did. I see what you did, Matreus. I did see earlier. Let me scroll all the way up for it here. Where did you say it? I did see. Oh yeah, Matreus said having long pauses. ... Quite some time later. I had forgotten you said that when you said in your statements, but I get you. Fishing for more Reddit gold from me, Matreus, or however I'd upvote your comments. I'll give it to you. That's a pretty good one now that I've realized what you meant. Ezra Dude says, I watched Jose, Heaven's Cloud, Muttmelon. Each playthrough are different, but the most thing I saw was death. Well, of course. Wiki, even Genie's still playing Elden Ring, training for a no-hit run next. Really? Interesting. I have no idea how Reddit works. Well, clearly I don't either. I'm like, whatever the upvotes are. All I know is that there's ways to be like, I like what you said. I'm gonna give you awards for it. I've heard a lot of people joke about like +2. I think that's a Reddit thing. I think karma is a Reddit. I think Reddit has like all these different forms of kind of being like, yeah, you said something cool, here's something to commemorate it. It's silly. I don't really care for Reddit, to be honest. No offense to any Redditors here. I think I've made one post on Reddit ever, which was like the Potastic P birthday art thing. And I actually got like, let me see. Have I signed into Reddit recently enough that it remembers my credentials? Because I certainly don't remember them. It's not looking good because I typed Reddit into my browser and it didn't even pop up with like recent memory. Let me see. Log in. Oh, it does remember my credentials. Okay. All right. I'm logging in. I'm going to check it. Anybody actually know how Reddit works? I'm clicking on myself. My posts. Yep. In r/potasticp. Can I see what I got on it? Oh, okay, this is what I got on it. All right. You still don't understand. I don't know if we have anybody here who understands Reddit well. Well, anyway, I got 322 upvotes. And it's 100% upvoted, luckily. I didn't get a single downvote on it. And I got a Helpful Pro Award, Heart Eyes Award, two golds, and a Hugs Award. I have no clue. I have no clue, but that was the one post I ever made on there, and I think it's pretty good for a singular post. I got 415 karma. Haruru's the downvote guy. Yeah, but I don't know. Is it even, like, I could see trolling me, but do you really go into r/potasticp and downvote the birthday art? Did you award that post? I can't tell who gave it to me because I like don't know how Reddit works. I don't know. I haven't signed into Reddit for so long. What I got? I got 415 karma, and what's the 400 like gold things? I have no clue. You know, I'm already in the Resident Evil category. Alright. I'm done looking at Reddit. I do appreciate any of you who support me in any bit, though, on any of the social media stuff that I'm experimenting with. I'm not guaranteed to stay at each of them, but I have had some people follow my TikTok. I've had some people follow me on Instagram. Clearly some people interacted with my Reddit stuff, although I haven't done any of that for the channel yet. And I've even seen that I've gotten a few more subscribers on the VODs channel, which is a little surprising because I don't talk about it much. I do have this socials command now where you can kind of see them all. VODs channel is always a little bit behind, of course, but we've got up to May 23rd posted so far. And we haven't missed a VOD. Every single VOD since my 2.0 is being posted. It's just only up to May 23rd stream so far. But since I stream only 3 times a week, it wouldn't take that long for it to get back, get up to the current stream if I really tried. So yeah, one of the ones that will be uploaded soon, I think, is the stream that we did with Pio and Meowie playing Puyo Puyo, because they both said it was good to upload that one as well. I always ask, if I do a collaboration with somebody before I post it, I'm like, hey, you okay if you're on my YouTube? So yeah, go follow any of those things you're interested in, because I am experimenting with them, and whether or not some of these things continue will depend on if people show any kind of interest in it continuing in those spaces. Since I'm spreading myself a little thin in some manners, I'm likely to pay most attention to and update places most based off of like people showing interest in them for now. Harur says, I have people thanking me for awarding their posts sometimes. That was the first time I noticed Reddit having a DM system. I didn't even know Reddit had a DM system. That's a slightly scary thought. Although, you know what? I am going to be honest, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before I get into Resident Evil, because I'm not supposed to be still in just chatting mode. The search engines are sellouts at this point now. Most of the time, if you try to search information, especially if you're trying to search information on something you want to buy, like you're like, oh, what's the best like audio mixer, or or best microphone, or you're like, oh, I want to buy a webcam or this or that, like, and you try to do some research out there now, like the first few pages of Google search results, and let's be real, nobody even clicks past the first page of Google search results, are all like sponsored. Like, you'll see, the top 25 microphones of 2023, and like the first 5 posts are all from places that sell microphones, and they have their own place on there as like number 1. I'm getting to it, guys. I said this was the last thing. You just get a list of products, Haruru. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of like things that are sponsored to sell something to you directly, like direct buy links, or if you try to say like what's the best this or this, like you type a question in there or something. It's all just things that were paid to promote a product to the like, top of something, and not give you like, you know, unbiased or opinions. Even they don't give you opinions. They just give you what they are paid to say. And it didn't used to be like that. But, like, the best way to actually get a proper discussion from real people with real opinions is to type the exact same question into Google or Bing or whatever else you choose to use. I'm saying Google mainly because anybody smart still just uses Google. Is to type the exact same question in, but at the very end of it, type Reddit. Whether or not you like Reddit, it's such a heavily used website that you type that question in, you put Reddit at the end, and there's like 5 different, even for like weird questions, there'll be like 5 different forums, all filled with responses of people having discussions about like, okay, here's my opinion about why this thing or that thing is good, and here's why. And they'll have a whole list of comments with a back and forth about like kind of questioning it or getting it resolved, and most people don't seem to like fight each other in those threads. So so as much as I'm not like super fond of Reddit personally, it's 100% like the best addition to the search engine in its current state right now and actually getting answers. Azrael, dude, bye. Anybody else want to say I'm stalling? Anybody else? Huh? I'm telling a story. I said this was the last thing I was going to tell before I start the game. You're not gaining anything by trying to be like, oh, you don't want to play it. I'm ready. I know Betrayus is half tempted to say something just so just so he could get timed out. It was a timeout, guys. Don't worry. I hovered over it for a good like 10 seconds to make sure it said timeout before I hit it. It says Eccentropy timed Azrael dude out for 600 seconds. Am I stalling, Boomer Russ? That's a good question. No, I'm not. I was just telling one final story. Thank you for asking that, Boomer Russ. I appreciate it. And now that I've finished with my story, let me read what you guys said. Aegon says, my college is basically begging for people to attend the prom, but it's too expensive. I haven't heard of prom at college. Interesting. Okay, I read those things. Red has all the answers. Okay, cool. We're good then. I am going to run to the restroom. You can call this one stalling if you want. I'll give you a pass on that. But I'm going to take it in a more literal manner, like bathroom stall. Because I've actually drank too much, and I want to get rid of it before I play the scary game. Do I still have the... Let's see, what's this? That's our schedule. I want to bring up the thing that Sneck made. Image. Actually, let's do it over here. Let's use this image. Wherefore art? Wherefore art thou, image? Fine, I'll get it off of Discord. King Cobra made me. I'll be right back. There it is. Boop. See that? Snack made that for me since I didn't have one. And let me open up Resident Evil. Azrael dude's fuming right now. I can just feel it. He's fuming and he's plotting in the background. It's like, time me out again, will you? He's gonna get me eventually. Okay, now we got Resident Evil background sounds. I think you guys can hear them. And finally, boop, I've disappeared. Okay, I'll be right back, guys, and then we'll play. In fact, let me move this just so people can see. Resident Evil 4, we are officially there. Oh yeah, right, Resident Evil 4 has this weird scaling issue. Fun. Alright, let me fix that. There we go. Cool. See you guys in a moment. hello. Alright, let me untime out Azrael dude. Eccentropy removed timeout on Azrael dude. It's the sort of midstream version of jail. See, if you guys want to get away with, like, if you want to get away with bullying the streamer with, like, spam messages, like stalling, easy clap stalling, I gotta grow my channel first. I gotta get a chat that's just, like, demote me, daddy, slightly bigger and faster moving, so that a few people are doing it with you. But if you're a single person who comes and risks their skin by spamming a message, I'm gonna Ahiva Esso you. You gotta get all the explosives thrown right at you. You're there with a target on your back. Thank you, Azrael, dude. Stretch? No. I'll stretch my toes for you. Look, guys. I couldn't keep Azrael dude timed out for, like, the actual Resident Evil time. Man, my room. I gotta turn my AC back on. Hold on. It is hot. My room has this weird threshold. Because I've got so many electronics in it. And it's not a huge room and it doesn't have a lot of ventilation. So it's got some threshold where, like, it can be really cool. Like, before I started the stream, it was kind of cool in my room. I'd had the AC on for a while. I was like, that should go off. It's kind of cold. But when it gets, like, past a certain threshold of warmth outside, my room just, like, bottles all of the heat so intensely. Because it won't go out through the windows anymore. And it just heats so fast. I don't like running my AC a lot because it's honestly not that great for the bill. But I'm in those times now. And I gotta be comfortable as we get through chapter 15. Although finally able to lay his complicated history with Krauser to rest. Okay, fine, skip it for me. Sure. Give me like 5 things I could read in there and then don't let me press. I was about to get into it. Now I gotta kill the merchant.
Oh, nothing but the finest wares.
Alright, let me see. Was I smart? Did I
What can I do you for?
repair my stuff? Looks like I did. Got almost 400,000 gold.
Lack of skill, friend.
I might even just keep the Viper for eating, to be honest.
Do you much good in the grave?
Though I do gotta consider, when I got like 1 chapter left, do I keep all these things? Question. Slight spoilery question. But question. If I like don't sell these by the end of the game, do they carry over? Or does it only really carry over if I sell them and I've got the money? So, like, okay, the treasures also carry over. I wasn't sure if the items themselves would carry over if it was just my money. Hey chat, real talk, nuggies or tendies? Who starts a conversation like that, Soybean? Hello, how you doing? For me, and just to be completely fair in my answer, I'm technically a vegetarian, so I don't eat the real stuff. But I've had both in terms of vegetarian forms of it, and for me, I gotta say nuggies all the way. I eat plenty of fake chicken nuggets, and they're still delicious. They're still breaded. I still dip them in sauces. Nuggies. Azrael dude says nuggets. Tendies for Jen. Okay, we got a Tendies person in here. Why not both? Nuggies supremacy. Nuggies are for children, Tendies are for adults. Uh-huh. Matreus sounds like somebody's got tendinitis.
Anything suit yourself, stranger.
Don't push your political views on everyone, Matreus. It's not what this stream is for. Alright. I was already good with the shop. It looks like I did all the things I needed to do at the shop before saving. Specimen storage. Oh god. I just remembered the regenerators. There are some treasures that I have not collected. But I just don't know if I want to backtrack all that way. Like, I have a feeling they'll give me the ability to connect back up somewhere in here. It's all good, more tendies for me. Oh, that's fair. And honestly, they're both tasty. It's just, I kind of believe in the nuggie supremacy as well. Soybean says, gimme gimme chicken tendies, be they crispy or from Wendy's. What kind of beast are you trying to summon here? He would never ever ban you anyway. Who are you talking to? Oh, Matreus? For having tendinitis. You'll eat whatever I put in front of you. I'm not all that picky myself either. Cause I was poor for a long time. Don't know if you guys knew that. I got these things that were like, for a while they were 69 cents a piece. I haven't really like... Hello? I don't know if they got much more expensive. Well, they might have gotten a little bit more expensive, but not much. But there were these little frozen burritos, Tina's burritos, that I used to eat all the time when I was poor and didn't have money for anything. I still eat them. I got money and now I can actually afford to order out every single night if I want to, which is real different from where I was earlier in my life. And I still stock my fridge with Tina's burritos. Okay, the music's very intense. I haven't seen anybody though, so I feel like I gotta step out.
Ashley, I'm coming.
Whoa, okay, you're here. Well, I guess goodbye, stealth. Oh, hi. Melee! You dead? I got a green herb from the bug. Interesting. Resources S. That's nice. Alright, so I'm seeing the laser sight. I gotta recover a little bit in terms of some of my resources. Wait, what? What just happened up there? It actually made him dodge my blast. There was some kind of explosion. Oh, I got his helmet. Not sure that's quite how that works.
Come on.
There we go. Really didn't need to do it that way. Got 4 rifle shots left, but I'm okay, I'm a little bit amped, alright? I want to use my strong ammos. I'm kind of excited for this tonight. Tina's bring back the memories. It's still my everyday. Well, not quite every day, I suppose. I'm getting a little bit of like, Leon keeps having blurry vision. It's making me concerned that there's one of those shaman guys somewhere making my path really dangerous.
Keep coming.
I haven't seen one of them in a while, but it's quite possible. Just get rid of that. You're still alive? You guys have like inconsistent health, I swear. Maybe I'm just seeing, yeah, I think I'm just seeing the effects from him shooting his rocket launcher. Come on, guy, you don't need to be the center of attention at all times. Leon needs to be the center of attention at all times. Leon's got narcissism in his big tent. Dark traits. I can feel it. You used to get these tamales that were super cheap too. XLNT, I think they were called. I don't think I'm familiar with those. Although, for the tamale brand that I did purchase, I can't remember what the actual brand was. But I think they were from Trader Joe's. Because Trader Joe's was actually, like, fairly inexpensive for some things. I love Trader Joe's. You doubt your digestive system could handle them these days? I am starting to have a little bit more trouble with mine, to be honest. I'm wondering if I have something like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's, or perhaps GERD, since I've been getting heartburn from like everything lately that I tried to digest. Alright, I need to get rid of this guy. He's a problem. I think I can do it in 4 shots. Then again, I think these guys have like a ton of health.
All right.
Never mind. You had an ulcer since grad school and acid reflux that you take meds for? Yeah, I got acid reflux like crazy. And I have had since I was a teenager, and I'm 34 now. So I probably should have had it looked into, but again, poverty. And poverty makes you a little bit afraid of the doctors, even if you get into the point where you start making money. Because one thing that does not get better with making money is the health insurance. The coverage is only worse than I've ever had. Hello? Peptic ulcers? I don't know what type. Now, I don't know if I should bother trying to take down some of these things. Like, part of me says that I should. A, that there might be something worth exploring, and B, that I might actually need to come back through here. And I don't want it to be laden with traps. Now, it could end up being that the traps would have actually been supremely helpful for me to take out some enemies. I don't know. This one was already set off. Or maybe these are just a holdover from the Krauser stuff. I'd rather be safe. And maybe there's some treasure over here. Is this just where I came in? Okay. Well, if anything, it just opened a shortcut for myself. Nothing for me to pick up here? Yeah, those extra bullets were weighing me down anyway. Man, I just got Destiny trauma for a second. Like, I don't know why, but standing right here, I saw some red lights over there, and then I saw those things, and I'm like, oh no, I'm out in the open, they're gonna shoot me. Like, the beams are gonna come down from from the what's his name? Forgetting his name currently, but Clovis Bray. Wow, there's a lot of you suddenly. Stop throwing. Yeah. Pile drive. Yeah. Yeah.
Out of the way.
I'm not here for any of this. Pile drive. Yeah, how'd you like that fighting, guys? How'd you like that? Efficient. Hey, Jose, how's it going? Good to see you. Did you just come in and done and then leave? I know you don't want to leave on the final Resident Evil stream. If you're here at the end, Jose, by the way, if I finish this and we got some time left, like after the credits run, I'd love to talk about my thoughts on the game with you. Like now that we could talk about it in a way where we don't need to worry about spoilers. Of course, I'm a little early in saying that because I'm still in chapter 15 here, but we just started. Because I didn't get to actually see you play the game, since I was avoiding watching. Does Leon's hair stay so perfect through these fights? Gel. A lot of gel. You know a Mexican food place where people often come to discuss things? It's called Let's Taco About It. That sounds more like a podcast that I wouldn't want to watch. Not a bad idea though, Matreus. You start a podcast called Let's Taco About It, I'll watch it, despite my previous statement. Why are you still awake? Good. Sleep permanently. He's Leon the Squall Kennedy. Wait, where is that? There must be a ladder for me to get over there. I gotta go down and collect those things. I see things I didn't collect. That's illegal. Alright, let's see. Did I miss a ladder? That connects over to here. This has a ladder behind it, right over here. Yeah. If it was a podcast, it would have to be spicy topics. Yep. I agree, Matreus. I agree. Why did I get like a laptop icon next to my resources L? It's probably a case icon, but I don't recall seeing that usually. Interesting. What is this key? Oh, Luis's key, okay. Michael Sarah's key. Icon means that you got it as a bonus item. Okay, gotcha. Nice. Sancho Kennedy. Let me know if you want more info about it. I don't know if you you heard when I said that I'd love to have you in at the end, Jose, if possible. We'll see. You don't have to commit to it. but I might ask you about some of the mechanics. Because the bonus mechanics, definitely I don't get some of those. Like occasionally I craft bonus ammo as well. And I don't know how that works. Somehow I killed something in here, I guess. Must have been one of the explosions. Did I read the tutorial? On crafting? I mean, yes, but I feel like I didn't end up seeing bonus symbols pop up on crafting until later in the game. So I'm sure there was a mental disconnect between those two periods of time. Is this one of the ones that I can just flick off? No, it's not. Reading is for nerds. Gotta be honest, never been a fan of reading. I like writing, never been a fan of reading. I've explained it before though. I'm pretty sure it's my, like I can read academic things. I can read informational things. In fact, oh, what's coming? Oh no, it's a pig. Let me miss all my shots on him. Kick. Shotgun to the head. Shotgun to the head. You still good? Shotgun to the head. You still good? Oh, behind me. oh no, this is good. This is bad. It's the opposite of good. Shotgun to the head. Shotgun to the head. Melee. Shotgun to all of you. Oh. Oh god, it's them. It's the little things. Alright, everything's bad. Hold up. We have a heal spray. I was trying to talk about things and everything went bad all of a sudden. Anyway, my main point was, let me craft this together with a red here. Anytime I learn about something or I hear something that I'm interested in learning more about, I tend to go down the rabbit hole of reading about it to inform myself. But when it comes to things like most books, I think my aphantasia gets in my own way too much. Let me just I thought I chose to equip it. Hold up.
There you go.
I'm not gonna melee you, that's a trap. That's a trap right there if I ever did see one. Behind me again? Come on, man. Where'd you all come from? Kick. Get friggin' off me, you jerk. Alright. Actually, according to the RE4 strategy guide, you should read every dialogue to understand the world of RE4. Who said they weren't reading every dialogue? I just said there was a mental disconnect between when I read it and when I stopped. You nerd! Matreya says, I was gonna say that aphantasia doesn't get in the way, but it causes a block which does get in the way by having nothing in the way. How do I approach that? I think I get what you're saying, Matreus. I think I do. And honestly, like, there's enough things that threaten to be a block for reading in general that if you have the inability to immerse yourself in a scene that is painted for you due to aphantasia, it just makes it all the more difficult to ever actually get into reading. Because suddenly that, like, those immersive books become nothing more than a lot of descriptions written down on paper. I don't know. Just doesn't It just doesn't do it for me. I can't picture the things. I can empathize, because I still have all the stuff in the human brain that humanizes everything. I can certainly put it into perspective, and I've got a great imagination. Don't get me wrong, I just can't picture things in my head. Some people are like, oh, it's practically like watching a movie for me when I read, and that's crazy to me to think about. I wish I had that. That'd be cool. I honestly actually don't know what it's like to picture things in your head. Get good. You know, I never thought of that, Azrael, dude. I'll admit. Like, if I just get good and it solves the problem, I'm gonna be real embarrassed. You can only imagine when you stare into space, it's the weirdest thing. Like, honestly, for me, I think it's just what I see behind my eyes. 'Cause, like, if I close my eyes and try to picture things, like, I can't do it. I can't picture images. But I do see, like, speckles. I see, like, speckles that sometimes look like colored stars. Sometimes not colored stars. But honestly, I think that's just what's going on seeing the back of my eyelids. I don't know if that's the same deal. I keep seeing all these item things I somehow missed picking up. You're a game dev, how could you not picture things? I mean, like I said, aphantasia doesn't... Like, I'm also an artist. Aphantasia doesn't prevent you from imagining stuff. You just can't picture it like an actual picture in my head. Like, I could describe... You know, if I wasn't looking at Leon, I could describe what Leon Kennedy looked like. That doesn't mean I'm seeing an image of him in my head. But, like, I know the shapes. Like, my brain has all the cognitive functions to recognize the shapes of people and things. Like, I can have all that in me still. It's so weird to try and explain, because honestly, until recently, and by recently I mean last few years, I didn't even know it was any different than what anybody else had. So it's like trying to explain something that I feel like should just be common experience that everybody has. But, like, I have all the information I need to draw something, or to come up with a story, or to world build, or this or that. You're gonna be nice, right? You're not gonna shoot me, right? Alright, good. I just can't picture it in my head. Try picture me being annoying to you, maybe I can spark in the most ironic way. Oh, no. Atreus says, not that good artist can do that anyway, it's more muscle memory and eyeing it. Jose says, my imagination is very active, I wish the voices would stop though. Nah, the voices are there to guide you, Jose, you should listen to them. I don't think I want, let me set that back. I don't think I want that. My imagination is super active. Sometimes even overactive. And that's the thing that gets really difficult to explain to people when I'm trying to talk about aphantasia. Because it's so easy for people to conflate the idea that if you can't picture images in your head, then you don't have a good imagination. This is very much not true. My imagination goes nuts. I've come up with some real creative things that I'm hoping to put into either stories or games or something eventually. I just can't picture images. It's different. It's an entirely different thing. I've gotten woken up by my imagination before too, Jose. And I've been woken up by my thinking part of my brain that's like, I'll get woken up with the solution to a code problem that I'd been thinking about at work for too long as well. Like, I could just not solve it, but then suddenly I'm like, Eureka! Like, in the middle of my sleep. the brain just restarting itself fixed the issue. Turned it off and then back on again. Adam. I Adam? Or one Adam? Man, this whole, like, I keep opening my map and like double checking things because this whole area I've been passing through gives a lot more of a feeling of being wide open with more areas to check than it actually has. I'm like, oh, these are extra rooms on the side, right? Or I can go inside these buildings. Uh-oh. Is Ashley. There's always been a part of me, and now I think that I was partially spoiled because I swear if I try to get like my long-term memory back to try and like remember anything from when I watched Resident Evil 5 and 6 when I was young, and I had it snapped to another like side of my screen, so I didn't even watch it that closely, so it's tough. But I swear Ashley was in it. I swear. Or at least I heard the name. And there was like some guy with a drill hand. And then there was the lava surfing, I think was in 6. I don't remember. I can't remember the details well. But anyway, I think Ashley survives past this. So this is the only thing that makes me hesitant to say this. But going throughout this game and knowing that Ashley's been possessed and all that, I'm like, am I gonna get an Ashley boss fight at some point? And this looks like where I would have an Ashley boss fight if it was gonna happen. Didn't I say 6, Azrael, dude? Jose, I don't know if you remember. Any Demon Souls players in here? This looks like where you fight the old hero, I think he's called, like the blind boss in Demon Souls. Except you'd have a little bit more room to like walk around the pillars. But even the lighting and everything, this looks like the old hero's boss fight. Because I mentioned 5 at first. Oh yeah, I was just saying I watched through 5 and 6. Ashley. Alright, don't kill me, Ashley. Yeah, this is like the old heroes arena. That's kind of cool. I mean, I know it's not actually, but this game came out first. Oh no, the Emperor's here.
You have come, my child.
I've what?
What do you want?
Why'd you make me do that?
We wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think?
Do it.
You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us.
Bullshit.
Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Sadler?
Ah, yes, the time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. Oh, blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring.
It's the super shaman.
Call and let it be so.
Ada?
Leon, go!
I kind of recognize her voice actor, but I don't know where from. He dropped his seeds. No fair, he shouldn't be able to possess people. I think he can only do that to people who got injected with Las Plagas. Either one. And probably only like a special version of it. Because Leon, like, toward the beginning of the game got injected with it, so I think that's why. And she did too. I've paused so that I can get a sip of my drink, by the way. Betrayal says, it's funny how these cutscenes, the hero always tries to touch the victim's face. Yeah, it's true. I'm not sure why, but it's true. Boss Ashley, the president's daughter. Cue the Dark Souls music. Ricky ASMR be like. It's also always funny that, like, the main character can just withstand things so much more than other people can just because they're the main character. Like, the fact that I've had this injected into me for the entire game and, like, passed out partway through the first area after fighting the sea creature, coughing up blood from the thing that was injected into me, progressing this much. Like, other people's heads and bodies are exploding into, like, worm stuff and they're becoming bosses. But meanwhile, Leon's, like, injected with this thing, and after so many hours, he's standing in front of Lord Sadler himself, who's using his powers, and still, like, able to resist it surprisingly well. Like, I should basically just be a worm monster at this point. Ashley as well. Okay, I can't open my menu to look at my map, so I assume there's nothing I can collect during this period, so we'll just carry Ashley around. I have been wondering if we were going to get another Ashley sequence where we played as her, or if it was literally just going to be that one part earlier in the game. Which would seem a little strange, especially if they actually did it in the PlayStation 2.
Laboratory B. Looks like it's this way.
Laboratory B. Because that would be an odd use of assets for something that was a PlayStation 2 game. I gotta knock over these planks like Death by Daylight. Or Dead by Daylight. Death by Daylight. The hell? Ashley's final form girl boss. True. Atreus says, be a main character, you can survive 40 story drops by grabbing a chain and not dislocating an arm. Yeah, or a rope. Grab a rope with one bare hand and just slide down it for like 40 stories and your hand's just fine. Like, if I grab a rope in real life and just pull the rope, like if it's a proper rope, that hurts my hand like crazy just pulling it. I can't imagine. With belts. Leon, I don't think Leon's got a lot of belts. He could use some more belts. Maybe he'll learn by Final Fantasy VIII. Walk into the light, that's always what I've been told.
Still you resist, child.
I'm not your child and you're not my dad. Oh, the water's above me now, that's good. Hello, Cthulhu people. Cthulhites. Get out of my way! Agent Smith. Reunion.
God damn it.
Not you two, I'm sorry, Matreus. It was a moment of weakness. I do want to stream Final Fantasy VIII at some point. Sephiroth is calling. This guy are sick. Alright, we're good. Lewis is key. Lewis. Just gonna start saying Lewis now. Okay, here's where we were gonna do the surgery. Honestly, like, part of me had been hoping that because Luis was also injected, that, like, even though Krauser threw a knife into him, I was like, maybe, like, mutated Luis would come back on our side somehow toward the end of the game. I don't know. It could still happen. Unlikely though, especially because if he's mutated, he'd be on Sadler's side. I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't really make sense if he'd be on our side. It would just be epic.
Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe.
Don't worry, I'm in a state to perform surgery. Just gotta shoot it out of you like I did with the regenerators. This is just... You could just choose Purge? That's so simple. Sit still. Hopefully you didn't need any painkillers. Hopefully it's not too far advanced. Looks like I didn't really do a whole lot of checking into it first, but... Jose. There is one parasite. I'm not buying it when you say those are big. Clearly, you're referring to the medical apparatuses. I know what you're into. Atreus, really? I should time you out for that one. It's more than one parasite in the world. In the world, sure. Now, Leon, take your pants. We need to say, take your pants. Matreus seems to have different priorities than you guys with these characters. In the OG, Leon was like, fuck you, Ashley, me first. Oh, really? He went first? Alright. There we go, chapter 15. I had a feeling I was pretty close to the end of 15. And the last one. Final chapter. Start!
Ashley.
By the way, guys, only 18 subs until Rachel.
I'm ready to go.
Gifted subs.
I thought you were gonna die.
Okay.
Okay. I thought you were gonna die. Okay.
You did this.
Yeah. Yeah, I did this. Can you stand?
Somebody get Jose some water.
The map?
Yeah, I found it. I think it says we can get out if we go this way. Hey, we're a team, right?
Keep this up. I'll be out of a job.
And I can't have that. Pulls out gun.
So, all of this, removing the parasites, this was the week.
Yeah. We're alive.
I'm trying to remember now. And I really don't want this to be slanderous. I don't want this to be slanderous, so maybe I should even say. Who was it, though? Like, I don't know a whole lot about guns, and I'm gonna pause this to hydrate, because I see I've got a redemption, and to stretch. It's not about the game, Azrael, dude. It's anecdotal. And I don't know if anybody here would have been present for this thing. Let me stretch. But I don't know a lot about guns, but I sure sometimes feel a heck of a lot better about them. About, like, what little knowledge I do have, at least in terms of video games, just so that I don't look like foolish in video games, when I hear some other people talk about them. And I'm trying to remember, like, was it Genie? And this is why I don't want to sound slanderous, because I don't know if this was Genie for sure, and Genie probably knows her guns better than this. But I swear, like, one of the people I was watching way early on in Twitch, and it was usually Genie the majority of the time, so I'm wondering if anybody else has this memory. Like, they were told to name a gun, and they, like, didn't know any of the kinds of guns, and apparently, like, new gun naming scheme, like, so poorly that, like, their guess of, like, an existing gun was, like, Rifle 45. Like, that's how you name guns. Like, like you'd name something like pistol with a number or like rifle with a number. And I think it was Genie, and it might have been on an MXR video rather than a stream. But I'm just trying to like ask if any of you guys remember that, like Rifle 45. I laughed and felt better about my video game knowledge of guns. You don't really know? It's funny. And another time I was watching this guy, I think this was Northern Lion, who I don't watch too often. You don't think it's Jeannie Haruru? I was gonna say, I think she would just have like a little bit more knowledge of guns for that to not be her. So I'm trying to remember who it was now. It wasn't Meowko, I don't think. Yeah, it wasn't Meowko. I don't know if anybody here has heard of Northern Lion. I've watched a couple things of his content, but like he picked up like a car, the car, I forget what car it was, but this is KAR in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's a car 98, and he was like, oh, I'm gonna grab the musket. And there was no joke, no irony or anything with that. Like, just assumed because it was like a one-shot gun that then like required a second to reload is like, this is a musket. Tactical shotgun, 420 blaze, and it shoots dragon breath shells. So you should invent. Well, I don't know if anybody should invent guns, but if anybody should, you should, Jose. With like that kind of thing would be more interesting. Chongi? I don't know. Chongi plays Apex, so I'd be a little surprised. You should invent guns for video games, Jose. How about that? Dragon breath shells and my shotgun. That would be fun in a video game. I don't care about guns real world. Apex or fake guns? I mean, I know, but at least like the naming scheme would probably like prevent somebody who like that's their experience from saying Rifle 45. That's all I'm saying. Methods for eradicating Las Plagas. There are two ways to eradicate Las Plagas: antigen injection and surgery. If the parasite has not hatched yet, it can be treated by administering antigen directly into the body. Once it is hatched, however, there's not much that can be done besides slow its growth. With surgery, the plaga can be targeted and killed using a certain wavelength of radiation. Okay, so that's what we just did with that protection. Okay. But this is not without its risks. If the parasite has attached itself to the host's nervous system, the host will experience excruciating pain, and there's no effective anesthesia for this kind of procedure. Surgical removal carries considerable risks even before the parasite has fully developed. Once fully grown, however, it's too late. Removing the parasite would kill the host. But considering what will happen to them, death may be a mercy. You know, it would have been better for them to give me this to read before that scene. Don't you think? Destiny 2 has some good fake guns like the King Cobra. You hate the Destiny 2 gun names, just tell me if it's a pistol or an SMG. Matreus wants SMG 45. Europe Laboratory 6 Dream Team. Is that Luis in the center? Hard to tell. The frickin' guy with the umbrella back there. Hey, Umbrella Corp, Team Spirit. Why does this just look like it would be a public domain image, but for Umbrella Corp? Sadler's Animus is what now? Do not be fooled into thinking that Las Plagas are merely tools for creating powerful bioweapons. Their true value lies in their ability to control. No matter how hostile the subject, a single injection can turn anyone into a faithful servant. Yeah, but to what, though? That's the thing. I'm hoping they answer this question in the final chapter. That's the thing that gets me a little bit confused. Why are all of them faithful to him? Like, does he have, like, the mother parasite inside him, or is it the staff? There's something on there that's, like, the trigger to... So, hopefully they'll answer that this chapter. We'll see. Who needs spies when you can turn yesterday's enemy into today's ally? Controlling just one insider can bring an entire organization, an entire country to its knees. Mass production of the superior species has made this possible. We have empowered Sadler. It is clear what he intends to do next. Can you imagine if Sadler had that much control? 6 billion loyal servants at his sole command, there would be no opposition, no war. Maybe for the first time in human history, the world would know peace. Yeah, but they knew no peace while they were exploding into worm monsters and coughing up blood. But I know how Sadler and the others have oppressed the people of this island for generations. I know how he treats them. That's no way to live. And because of that, I won't let it happen. I don't know who wrote that, but good, I suppose. That's interesting. This board becomes essentially empty when I try to zoom in on it. Maybe if I had a different scope. In an alternate reality, Matreus is kicking butt on Destiny 2. Not on this one, though. But in this one, Matreus kicks butt in Art and Souls games. Not to mention Zelda. He's seen you play Souls a little bit, Matreus. Like, first time he played Dark Souls 2, you were in there with him.
I'm surprised this thing even booted up.
They got a Raspberry Pi going. What else can I see in here? I like to see everything. The Amber! The sample, which I've come to call the Amber, was just sitting in the storeroom collecting dust. We used to have ample specimens for experimentation in the past, so it makes sense that this one was overlooked. Bella, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Oh, also, that reminds me, I want to say thank you to Yalablabadofa, hard name, followed the channel while we were offline. Ezra Dude says the staff looks like he can channel better the possessions, but they never talked about that. Are you spoiling that they don't answer that in this chapter, Ezra Dude? Trey says, I defeated a boss. That's only 2 minutes. That's all he needs. Just giving you a hard time, Ezreal, dude. You know you like it. You will answer the questions, but everything you already read, or maybe not. I mean, I've read everything that I've found, and I think I've done a good job finding everything. In fact, the only reason I brought it back to my lab was because of its peculiar shape. After basic analysis, I've changed my mind. The amber possesses a very unique quality. Although small and in suspended state, it contains the same organ found in the dominant species, which we've only used in Sadler himself. Oh, well, there's part of it. When fully developed, the amber may rival or perhaps even surpass Sadler's power. Okay. Interesting. Unfortunately, the amber was confiscated by Sadler before I could make any further progress in my research. He may be on to me. I need to get my hands on that sample again and escape in order to continue my research elsewhere. It's the only way to counter Sadler. Of course, I don't think I can trust this outside group either, but I've already come this far. Hopefully I can sweet talk my way out of this last one too. I'll have to, for the world's sake. Is this like one person turning against them in this lab? Like, is this all Luis?
Someone had a field day looting the Umbrella Labs.
Or do they all kind of not like what's going on here? None of these are signed, so can't quite tell. Do you want answers? No, for now, assume that any questions I'm asking, unless I actually, like, straight up address chat, like I'm like, chat, does blah blah blah, assume that I'm just asking these questions to myself as I'm putting it together in my brain. After this chapter, if, like, I feel like something wasn't answered, or I want to discuss something, I would love to just, like, open the forum to everybody. But for now, it's just me speaking out loud, or thinking out loud. Subject, regarding our arrangement. From Lewis, okay. I've compiled the research data that you wanted. Meet me at the designated time and place. To be clear, you're gonna get me the hell out of here if I bring you the goods, right? From AW. Ada Wong, right? Regarding our arrangement. I hope you haven't forgotten about the amber. Without it, the data is worthless. It would be a shame to let your seat go to waste. So do not make me return empty-handed. You still remember the code phrase, I assume. So basically, it seems like I read the stuff in this room in the wrong order. I mean, not necessarily, but if I read this first, then I would assume every other note in this room was from Luis. And if I had read the Amber part first, I would have had my answers about Sadler a little bit more. But at least I'm getting, like, answers in here. That's nice. Regarding our arrangement. Relax, I haven't forgotten, and don't worry about the Amber. I'll figure something out. Think you can pick me up a pack of smokes on the way? Any brand is fine. Didn't he have smokes with him? He had a smoke when he was dying. Maybe Ada really did bring him some. A&W Cola. I actually kind of wish I had some right now. Like the cream soda. Okay, I looked at these already. Just trying to make sure I don't miss anything in here. I think I've looked at it all. Does this say collapsible ladder? Okay. What do you mean by chatting, Azrael, dude? You don't mean the category, right? Because I'm pretty sure I updated it. Or you mean when I was saying that I was thinking out loud?
Sorry.
Like I said, we're a team.
Sorry, you have to step on my back. I don't know if you need to apologize about that. I gotta pause and talk again for a second, okay? Because I've been thinking about sorry lately. And also I heard something, like we mentioned Northern Lion too, and he had said something about this some time ago. That's been on my brain as well. Like, a minute ago we had this scene where Ashley was like, to Leon, she was like, I thought you were gonna die. And he's just like, okay. Like, that feels like a dick move.
Jose just subscribed.
Thank you for the subscription, Jose. I appreciate it. Did that actually, like, count? Interesting. That counted toward the goal. I mean, that's fine. I'll take it. But so far, usually only gift ones have actually counted. So 17 left toward Rachel. It just went directly. Well, you can post whatever message you want here, Jose. I'll read it out. Thank you for 29 months. We're almost at the big 3-0. Before long, Jose, we're going to have been subscribed to each other for more than we have years on this earth. You bet it was Matreus' name? Matriyachi. Jose says, oh my god, why is life so unfair? It should have been me, Riki 2023. I didn't say that. Don't quote me on a fake quote. When did I say it should have been me? I just did? You're gaslighting me. Oh, you mean because I read what you wrote? Is that why? Cotton 4K. Anywho. We had the scene a minute ago where she was like, oh, I thought you were gonna die, and he's like, okay. I'm like, dick move. But, there's this thing I've been thinking about, like, sometimes people will say I'm sorry, and, like, my go-to for that is usually no worries. No worries is the most common thing I jump to. Like, some people say, oh, it's no problem, or don't worry about it, or, like, no problem is probably the other most common one. I just say no worries. But I've found that there's some instances where it just feels wrong to say that. Like, for example, and this is where the Northern Lion thing came up, because he had mentioned something similar to this. Like, if you find that you have one of those awkward shuffle moments, you and another person both inconvenience each other by, like, you walk toward each other and then you try to shuffle out of the way, but you both shuffle the same direction or something. And you get the inclination to say sorry. In that case, like, you gotta realize what the politeness is there, right? And I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I don't know why. But if you say sorry in that situation where you have both inconvenienced each other, you're, like, personally lowering yourself a little bit, because you're saying I'm sorry. You expect the other person to lower themselves a little bit too, because you both messed up. It should be sorry, sorry. But in that case, if you both encounter each other and get that awkward shuffle, and one of you says sorry, and the other person says, like my usual go-to is, no worries, suddenly it seems to shift it so that they've lowered themselves a little bit to say sorry, expecting you might say the same thing. If you say no worries, it's like acknowledging that they made a mistake, but that you're magnanimous enough to forgive them for it. This is such a nothing burger of a topic, but it has been living in my head, so I wanted to mention it. If you say it's okay, it's the same deal. It's like, oh, it's okay that you messed up, rather than admitting to, oh no, we both messed up there. So it's like, occasionally, even if it's not always the first thing that pops to your head, I feel like the proper polite thing to do is to, like, stay on the same level as somebody and those things. I'm typically of a mind that people should say I'm sorry less often. Not that they shouldn't apologize for doing something wrong, but a lot of people apologize for little things like, I'm sorry to bother you, when they have a question for somebody they work with, and it's like, you don't need to approach that way. Have a little confidence. You say, excuse me, is that normal? Yeah, I mean, that's fine, because that's kind of the same, it's got the same energy as sorry, but, like, less of an apology as, like, oh, because, I don't know, excuse me comes with the notion of, like, oh, I just, you know, intentionally or not, I just created a little bit of an inconvenience for you, so excuse me. That's sort of the same energy that sorry has. I think that one flies. But if somebody says sorry or excuse me, and the other person's like, oh, you got nothing to be sorry about, or or don't worry, you're good. Like, it seems pretty innocent, and quite frankly, all of them work, but some of them give strange energy of just like, oh, you've just forgiven me for the exact same thing you did, and you didn't even say sorry, so now I'm suddenly feeling like you feel like you're better than me. You know? Again, complete nothing burger of a conversation. I just felt like I needed to say it out loud. I'm gonna go back to the game. I'm just gonna read what you guys were saying. Jose says, Jose, you're easily offended me. I can't believe you said that. I just like thinking about human interactions. Let's see. Leaders admit their mistakes, for sure. I believe that big time. However, in practice, the people who get put into leadership positions don't always admit their mistakes. but people who are actual leaders, like inside, they do. I believe it. Elle says over here we just do the repetitive bow and the awkward shuffle in the opposite direction. Yeah, that's true for a lot of places more east. We don't do a lot of bowing here. And it was actually a little awkward for me because I did all the studying, I did all the readying and everything I had to go to Korea and act properly. And I think I actually acted properly pretty quickly when I was in Korea. But after 2 weeks of being there acting that way, and I came back to the US, I'm not gonna lie, I did the bow at people a couple times without realizing. I did the whole like handing my credit card over with 2 hands instead of 1, or at least like a hand on my wrist. Anytime like handling money, like the 2 hands. I did the turn my head away while I'm drinking something thing. Like all these things that I didn't have to do in the US. Even in the course of 2 weeks, I got so used to doing them because they were on my mind to be polite in Korea. You bow in Korea? Yeah. Not huge bows. I mean, you can. There's context for that. Like if there's a big superiority difference between you and somebody else, and especially if you've like fucked up, then it can be a big bow. Most of the time it's just like a little tip, a tip of yourself, like less than a 45-degree angle. It's mostly just like, it's polite in a lot of situations. Trey says, I did taekwondo in my teen years. I still catch myself bowing and politely handing things to people. Yeah. It like sticks surprisingly quickly. And honestly, it felt way nicer to be like that in the 2 weeks of me being in Korea. I don't know if it would get tiresome, but it felt way nicer for everybody to have like kind of a standardized form of polite that was built into the society than it does to interact with people in the US. Now, I don't know if it feels the same way if you live there all the time, if then, like, maybe living there, it feels like those things are too strict. I don't know. Or maybe they just come second nature and it just feels nice all the time. But I gotta say it was refreshing. When in Rome or Korea. Exactly. Like, wherever I plan on traveling to, I always want to make sure I know a little bit of the language and I know a little bit of the culture, so I'm at least not offending anyone, or presenting like I'm doing my best to not offend anyone. Give me a second there, Ashley. I want to see. Oh, it looks like the treasure's actually up high. Does this fall on the bridge? Okay, it is up there. Alright. I think we should be fine then. For you, it's second nature. Yeah, I kind of felt like it would be. And honestly, I think we'd be better off with similar things here. It's just I want to avoid falling into the trap of assuming, since I don't live in that kind of society, I don't want to fall into the trap of assuming that it's just like better because I experienced it for 2 weeks. Because there can always be like the tourism effect. That like, oh, this is novel and nice because...
Never been better.
Good, even though that was sarcastic. Sorry, I don't want to talk over the characters. I don't want to misinterpret novelty as something that would actually be nice to have, but it felt good. Jose says, I find that interesting because in Mexico there's a saying that goes, no baje la cabeza porque le dan panba. Sorry for mutilating that, which roughly translates to never lower your head because you will get smacked. I mean, yeah, obviously it's gonna differ between cultures a fair bit. So we always try to talk with our heads raised high because we're all at the same level. Yeah, that's definitely not the case in Korea. There's hierarchies. Social hierarchies are a big thing there. Now, a lot of people, especially modernly, if you start with a lot of honorifics and all these polite behaviors and all that, Like, a lot of people will respect the fact that you did it, but then say, oh, you don't need to do that. And then you can act like you're on the same page, but on the same level. But initially, yeah, there's like expected hierarchies for sure. If you lower your head, you admit to being lower. It's weird. Yeah, you're expected to admit to being lower there. But it doesn't necessarily like come off as lesser since it's so built in. You know, like second nature thing. It's not like somebody's actually embarrassing themselves by like bowing to somebody or being like turning their head away while they drink if it's a superior or whatever. Atreus says he was taught that too, but never in Spanish. Azrael dude says PewDiePie, initial perspective of bow to someone or someone bow to you feels way nicer than do handshakes or hugs. He also points out he likes when people bow to him. I catch that as some sort of superiority complex, but in a joke way, like not that serious. I don't know PewDiePie that well, but I do know that there was a joke about him always finding handshakes super awkward. And honestly, like, I don't love handshakes either. Not only do I like not really care for touching strangers that much, but also I have seen way too many business people like zip up from the urinal and bathrooms and then leave without washing their hands, and then all start shaking hands with each other out in their little like outside. I'm like, no. And yeah, some people get really aggressive with their handshakes, that's true. And like some people, this is a little rare, but some people you'll handshake with them and then you're like, okay, now we just shook hands, it's time for me to pull my hand back. And they feel the need to like hold on to it and like stare you in the eyes and continue to say some stuff to you while continuing to hold your hand. Like, how many people have experienced that one before? The person who just like holds on for too long, and sometimes like while holding on for too long, then comes the other hand to like pat you on the back of the wrist or the back of your hand, and you're just like, can I have my hand back, please? Like, we're starting to mingle sweat now. I was like, I hate it. I would honestly like take the bows a million times over as well. You know, even if it was me bowing every time and not the other person. Like, I don't need people to bow to me. I don't have any kind of like complex like that. But man, I don't want that those handshakes. Ezra dude says, I love hugs. Handshakes are for strangers. Hugs are nice, yeah. But like, Korea isn't without hugs either. We're just sort of talking about stranger interactions for sure. Now, the strangers who hug you is even weirder. That's not in Korea, of course, but that's a US thing, and sometimes like not always just US, it's a Western thing. Of course, like, Italy is stereotyped for the people that'll hug you and then do the kiss on both cheeks, even if it's just the air above the cheeks. Now, cue Jose coming in with the which cheeks comment. Did I catch you? Oh no, actually, he wouldn't come in with that comment because he just said something about it. I just scrolled down to look, and I see in Mexico we hug and kiss one cheek. Gotcha. Which cheek? Huh? 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 Jose says those are animorphs and are taking your DNA and heat since they're lizard people. You know what? Sounds likely. Logan says I would shake Ricky's hand and just hold his hand, like for too long. Somehow, I believe you. Jen says, can I curtsy to everyone instead? Like, curtsies are kind of nice. They're a little bit like heavily gendered for some people. I'd understand why some people would be uncomfortable with them, but they're nice. Jose says if I shook Wiki's hand, I will never wash that hand again. Alright, for your sake, I won't shake your hand then, Jose. Oh no, I just dropped my controller. Jen says, I don't care if you're noble or common, I'll curtsy to you. Matreya says, I'm not a hugger. Bowing and handshake, sure, no hugging. I won't hug a stranger, but I like to hug people I'm close to. I like cuddles. I like cuddles with the GF. Or sometimes the bros if we're close enough. I'll hug the gamer out of you, Matreus. You're the cheeky one, Wiki, not me. You've made those jokes too, Jose. You even spread the love. Oh, well, that's just a different interpretation then. That's on you. The double kiss always throws me off. The thing that makes me laugh, and this is awful because I know that it's a stressful situation, but I have seen a couple people who are completely not used to the double cheek kiss. Like, you notice it comes from a different culture or a different context or whatnot. I have seen multiple times in my life somebody who is completely unfamiliar with that come into contact with somebody who does that naturally, and as they do the double cheek kiss, the person they're doing that to instinctually turns their face to the kiss when it happens. And even if it's just like the slightest, tiniest little peck that they share, it's awful. Like, you gotta nuke that entire town where that took place after that event. But I've seen it twice in my life, in person, that actually happened. This is suddenly a kiss. Alright, let me pick up my controller here. Alright. Adding the moi, that's odd. Ezra says, oh, in Venezuela we do that too, but for the opposite sex. Oh, gotcha. Courtesy of what? Curtsy, not courtesy. Unless I said something else that had courtesy in it. I don't know, I'm too slow to read everybody's comments. Al says, I'm very touch adverse. Sometimes a stranger hugs are weird unless you're relative. Even relative hugs are weird sometimes. I think we've all probably been to like some get together of family that you like never see, and they just like grab you and hug you, and then they hold you by like the your sides or something as they sort of lean their head back awkwardly a little to look you in the face while still hugging you to talk. I'm like, stop. We kind of don't know each other. Man is just handshake, Jose. Oh, gotcha. Logan says, not for too long, but transition from handshake to holding hand. Okay, well, that's fair. I'll hold your hand. You hug your male friends, Azrael, dude? Jose kisses the homies goodnight. Call me Marge and dye my hair blue because I love my homie. I miss when my cheeks were kissed. Alright, Jose. Nuke that town. Exactly, Jen. It has to happen. If they do the double cheek kiss and you accidentally turn into the kiss, it's like the Men in Black like memory eraser just isn't enough anymore. Elle says, for me it's not just culture, I just don't like any physical contact from people I don't know. And there's plenty of people like that regardless of the culture, to be fair. Another reason why bows are superior. Azrael Dude says, I would do that to Rachel if I were a barbaric man. What, the leaning into the kiss? But since I'm a holy knight and VIP, yes man, I could never. You don't want to do the job I do then, masseuse, says Matreus. I just translated the last part. Is it masseur? Yeah, there's witch cheeks again. Thank you, Haruru. Alright. We gotta get back into the game. It's so easy and fun to go on tangents. But this is still a work night for me, so I gotta make sure that I'm progressing in the game as well. We only just got into chapter 16 and it's already 10:30. I usually end at midnight. So let's do some playing. I'll try to pause less often. I love these conversations, so it's hard, but let's make some progress. Easy to meet tan gents in your area. This reminds me of Village toward the end. Like, didn't I fight the guy with the big hammer, like, right down here in this arena?
She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Sounds like you know her well.
You jealous? You jealous of Ada? Ashley wants to get together with Ada, I'm calling it. Orson says no handshakes for me, I don't like it. It makes me yucky and it's not funny when people want to prove everyone wrong. I don't like it. Hey Orson, how you doing? I think we've mostly just agreed that none of us like handshakes that much. Some of us put up with them, some of us don't like them. We're mostly on the same page. Azrael dude might be okay with them. Jose likes kissing homies' cheeks. Atreus doesn't mind handshakes. Which does sort of make sense when you're part of a profession that touches people regularly. Or irregularly. On a daily basis. Ah, I heard something. I couldn't see where it was. I was like, is it under? Alright. Darn incognito bugs. I gotta debug this whole area. If it's a formal situation or a relative situation, I just deal with it. Alright, I can go up here, right? I can. Let me look at the other direction then. I don't want to miss stuff. It used to be odd touching glutes. I don't know which way to go first. I'm gonna go up, I guess. Sorry, Ashley. We're going back and forth. I feel that if we ever meet Matreus, Matreus will want to give us a massage for a price, of course. He's got to be able to tell people he touched Jose Oak's glutes. Or Eccentropy's glutes. It's basically a collection for him now. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. God dang it. Let me naturally just go the right way. You hate the glute, I mean gloat. Atreus gonna bug! Atreus gonna set up a massage station at the next Twitch convention. Massage as many streamer glutes as possible. Alright, Ashley, come on. These darn bugs are so hard to see. Like, I kinda caught them before, but now this area is just so, like, rock colored, so monotone. They blend in so easily. Osmond. I don't remember the name on the other one. We had I something. And now we got 15 for Osmond. You would get so much money doing that, honestly. You would. Doing great, Ricky. Keep going. I'm trying to keep the focus, Azrael, dude. Or rather, I'm trying not to pause. Is that thing sneaking up on me? I'm just gonna read this. Praise be to the holy insects we have promised paradise on earth. Man, woman, or child. His love does not discriminate. Beast, fish, or bird. He will love those too. He pretty much can't stop loving everything. Help. All creatures shall be equally blessed. Praise be to the holy insects. We are the humble servants of God. His wisdom will overcome any mountain. His omnipotence will cross any ocean. The light of heaven dwells in all things. Let our bodies be the seed bed. Praise be to the holy insect. Speaking of which, Sadler did spill his seed earlier. You all saw that, right? We are the flock and the shepherd guides us. Our prayers will be sung all over the world. They will be heard by all. At last, we shall exceed the stars in the sky. Orson says, sorry, I'm normal today, and the funny guy that clowned me, I think I'm just, I don't know. Hard day or tired day, Orson? Either way, I hope you get some rest. And hopefully it's somewhat restful over here. We got past, like, controversial talking about AI topics earlier. I think we're just on Resident Evil now. Illuminato's pendant. Yes, please. Providence Monolith. MD Live. Medical Doctorate Live? Live the Doctor? What is D? I don't know. Deep beneath the castle grounds, I have found my faith. Oh, beloved, the divine vestiges left upon this world, it all begins here. Adam. Alright, Adam. Spill what? His seed. Spilled his seed. We saw it. Right in our faces. Just seed everywhere. I just ate a serpent. It's a good thing Snack isn't here. Spilled D's nuts. That's inappropriate, Kenshi. How dare. Alright. So treasure toward the end of the room. Whoa. Frames? I haven't had that issue in this game yet. What's in here? I swear to God, people keep these nuts you and you do nothing. It's cause, that's cause D's nuts don't really get to me. Azrael, dude. I easy stall you and you freak out? You easy stalled me like 3 times in short succession. That's why. And, timing out somebody who's clearly asking for it isn't a freak out. Let's not pretend you're not an eternal antagonist here, Azrael, dude. Just because you have the pink diamond doesn't mean you're not a villain sometimes. I swear to drunk, I'm not God. Yeah, I'm not God either, despite how laggy this room is. Why am I now just getting your tweet from 6:30 p.m.? Twitter needs to fix its notification system. Come on, Twitter. Reading my tweets is like the most important part of people's days. And I don't even tweet every day, it's kind of cruel. You have the story wrong, I'm dealing with the villain. You have no power here. I think it's because people have nuts allergies, but I don't know, I'm not a doctor. It's probably true. It's probably the reason, Orson. Have any of you guys seen the game Going Up? One of the more recent games by Bennett Foddy, the person who did Getting Over It. Same kind of concept of just needing to go up constantly. I might do like a one-off stream of trying it at some point. But I see the windmills outside and that's what it makes me think of right now. Looks like pain. Yeah, it does look like pain. But it could be funny. I just wouldn't dedicate any more than one stream to it unless I had like an absolute fantastic time, I think. Why am I getting so much lag? If this continues, I might like close the game and reopen it. I don't know if something's gone wrong here. I haven't had lag in this game yet before. So like something in this section that's just not loading in well.
Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference.
Thank you. Repair.
That's good work if I do say
Repair. Alright, let's see. What could really benefit me here? get some reload speed on my rifle. Ammo capacity, sure. A little reload speed, a little rate of fire. Pistol reload speed, I guess. I don't need a higher rate of fire on the pistol, to be honest. A lot of these don't feel like perfectly necessary. Atreus says it's like that weird that happens in Minecraft sometimes. Lag until you look at a light source. Oh, interesting. Have you ever had the chance to ban someone in chat, Ricky? Just asking for a friend. I've banned a couple people from the channel.
Anything else? Might want to take care of any leftover.
The people that have been. I get it. Stop talking. Most of the people that have been banned from this channel were people who came in as bots that were trying to advertise things, etc. Like, those I kind of don't even count, because that's just like an auto ban from anybody's stream most of the time. But there has been the occasional person who's needed an actual ban. And some of them have been antagonists that have come over from other communities and continued to be antagonistic. And then when they got banned, I'd get an unban request being like, hey, listen,
demote me,
I never did anything wrong. I'm like, either you're very clueless, or you're just really trying to up the trolling here. But yeah, there's been a couple cases. And it doesn't happen to me as much as it happens to some of the female streamers out there that get bombarded with this sort of thing. But I have had some weirdos come in before and try and like pop into stream one time to then later come into my DMs and try to like harass me. Sometimes with the intent of like starting a relationship or something, but in a very aggressive way, or send me pictures that I didn't want, you know, without me saying directly. I think you guys get the idea. Doesn't happen to the guy streamers as much, but I have been streaming for 3 years and these things happen. No clue what you're talking about. Looks around shiftily. Not the good kind of weirdos. I love the weirdos that are in my chat all the time, which is like all but a couple of you. You know who you are. Don't worry, there are no more bots in this chat. Like, not a single bot's left. Altair. Looks directly at Manny. You'd love to know who's this weird that harassed you and Jose. Oh yeah, we did have some. Hey, Froggy! Me and Jose have had some antagonistic people that were across the board at both of our places, but some of the ones I'm talking about who, like, you know, it was more sexual harassment or parasocial have just been from my stream, not actually shared between the two. And I wouldn't share anybody's usernames because I don't need to start things. They can get a ban and I can go on with my life. Unless they're doing something that's like dangerous to my friends or something and I need to share a little bit of information just to keep people safe, I don't need to start anything. Hey Froggy, how you doing? You're eepy? Have you eaten your dinner yet? Speaking of bots, Ankal had 2 bots talking to each other asking him to change the game recently. So just a warning. Gotcha. There's still those bots out there too. Like, it's making me afraid to play something like Gartic Phone because people are still getting those bots where first people will come in asking to join the game and then try to draw all kinds of inappropriate things to try and get your stream in trouble. But if you don't let them do that, then they'll just like bot spam your Discord, like have a bunch of bots sign onto your Discord and just attack it with images of gore and like animal abuse and child abuse and things like that to try and get your Discord in trouble. And they'll just come in huge droves. And it's happened to a couple of my friends recently. And that's real unfortunate. And they tend to target games like Jackbox and Gartic Phone and other multiplayer party game kinds of things. So it makes me nervous to ever actually stream in those categories. Look at what? Oh, I guess once I interact here. Watch an anime, which one? Orson said, would you say I'm too much, not much, just crazy, or all of the above? I know I'm annoying, but I would never change. That's my persona. I don't think you're annoying, Orson. But I actually consider most of the people in here weirdos. I just don't want to say it specifically to the individual, just in case anyone took it in a bad way. But I actually mean like proper, like my kind of people weirdos. Not a bad weirdo. You just kind of got to be a little bit of a weirdo to want to stick around here long term. I hope nobody would take offense. Last boss time? You know, a bunch of you said, are you ready? It's time, last boss time. I kind of would have like preferred not to know that and been surprised. But all the same, I think I am ready, yes. I was holding off just in case this was going to start like a fight here or something. Elle says, I remember that when I heard about, I was scared for y'all because I know you guys like to play Jackbox a lot. Yeah, I like Gartic Phone too, but I just end up staying in the just chatting category because it severely lowers the chance. It's just unfortunate. Have you ever lost your voice by streaming too much? I have, actually. I'm frequently at a danger of that. I think I need to take some vocal lessons to learn how to talk better without destroying my throat. If Kenshi would just smile. Uh-huh. Oh, Ada. Ada, beta, ceta, dita. Eta, f, da, jita?
Ada.
H da, ida, jada, kata. Elda, emna, and oda, pita. Yuda, arda, esta. Tita, yuda, vita.
Stay here.
Wda? Xda, yda, zeta. See ya, Ashley. If I was Leon, I probably wouldn't leave her behind just in case like random guys picked her up and then started walking away like they always do. God, that was that's a long distance to just let an unconscious person drop. I probably would have thought about that a little bit more. Drop onto metal. Yeah, he definitely has the Bloodborne stuff. Look at that. Just use the Bloodborne magic. I'm sure this is effective. Foul renegade. We prefer to go by rebels. Alright, what you turning into? Oh god, the eye in the mouth. Gross. Okay. Well, I don't feel comfortable with the amount of ammo I have for this being the final boss. But let's at least make a little bit more rifle ammo. My health could be better. I got 2 green herbs and a spray. Oh, no, it's not looking. It's not the best. You, bro, put that away, right? It's got his freaking one-eyed monster out. Jose says, Leon, what was that sound? Ada, my dress fell down. Leon, that sounded heavy, though. Ada, I was still inside of it. I like that one. That's a good one. Oh, God. Take that. Oh, take that. It doesn't seem like it's a good idea for me to be here. Boom! You good? Can I stab or something? Not now, Satan. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I pressed it too late. All right, spray. Already used. I believe you can win. Be right back. Putting a bet on you losing. You got this, Ricky. Altair, how could you? Do you not remember the Puyo Puyo? Do you not remember the 1% that might have shot you up to having the most channel points? How could you? Matreya says these RE last battle cutscenes always get me. Old shotgun snipers RPGs. Only uses pistols, which are ineffective, but can still defeat them with pistols. Yeah, that's true. They only ever use the pistols in the cutscenes. Talk about enemy expectations versus reality. The blood on their hands. What about the blood on your eyes? Dodged. Stabby, stabby. Yeah. Whoa. Ow. Oh boy. Ow. I don't have a dodge for those ones, so I'm not sure like the best way to get out of the way. Run! Oh god, what are you doing to me? Oh no, that's not great. Yikes. Osh, gosh, bagosh. Oh! Take that. Alright, excuse. Ow. Are you spitting at me, too? Excuse. Pardon? Don't like it. Alright. So hard to aim at these things. Let's mix with the red. Take it. I don't know if the yellow like really helps the healing. Maybe it does. Maybe I ought to be using the yellow ones too. Gotcha. Oh, right in the face. God, stop blocking your eye. And just let me fight you. Reveal thy eyes to me. Oh. Stay back, Saddler. Ah, dang. Run! Oh. So hard to get those back eyes. I think I'm gonna have to fight with something other than the rifle. For those ones. Because he guards them too heavily. Craft mixed with red. Craft mixed with yellow. Why not? Let's try it. Okay, full health. Goosed you. There we go. I'm coming. Yeah. Got so many eyes, this guy. Alright, let's get some more rifle ammo. Okay, we got some bonus. Now I'm kind of out of the ability to make ammo, though. I think I'm gonna have to jump down to a new environment. Gimme. Gimme. What is this thing? Ow! Stop. What are you doing? That helpful? I'll put up the bridge, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Man, this is my, like, last healing stuff. Yeah. Gimme. Ooh. I wanted to get past you a little bit more there. The focus. Oh, I can't duck it? Squished you. Excuse me. Alright, I'm in trouble. Excuse me. Oof. Whew. Oh. Ew.
I'm getting sick of your shit.
That's his shit? shit on it? I'll try, Froggy. Oh boy.
Finally, a look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out. Still, I need to cut this date short. It's not me. It's you.
Out. Hey. Can I go anywhere here? I don't think so. Run!
Use this!
Rocket launcher special. Ugh. The staff.
I'll give you a holy body.
I'll give you a holy body. Oh. Hey, Manny! Demote me, Daddy. I demoted him with my holy body.
Ada, what the hell are you doing?
Nothing personal, Leon. Luis and I had an arrangement. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it.
I mean, you could fight for it a little bit, Leon.
You coming?
I think we both know this. This is where we go our separate ways.
I see.
Yeah, you do see.
Better get a move on.
Cute.
The infamous teddy bear key. I knew she had it this whole time.
Until next time, Leon.
Leon!
You enjoy watching that fight?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she just...
Gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, isn't it cool? Escape from the island in 2 minutes. Alright. Let me just stop to craft some ammo. Let's see, what do I got? Nothing. Alright.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
I guess I should probably let's hold on to it.
Now we can go home.
We're not out of here yet.
I did not use my shotgun ammo in case anything comes in front of me. Alright, move, move, move! Actually, why don't you just come along? I don't think we need to stop.
It's over.
Hey, you. They're writhing. Would they not try and choose who the next master would be? Like a hive mind?
All right. Not bad.
Use the teddy bear key.
You're gonna love this.
Whee! No mutant fishes, okay? We already did that. We already played that game. Whee! Ashley's loving this, you know it. Hold off. See, it's funny because it's the opposite. Ooh, the mood lighting. Yes, please. Is it getting hot in here and it's just me? Watch out. Heads down. Shut up, Matreus. I'm focused on the game, I'll still tell you to shut up over that. Just a little scrape. Keep your head down, Ashley. Woo, through the flames. Ah, we got 30 seconds left. What you worrying about? We're fine. Plenty of time. 20 seconds. I've taken faster dumps. Yeah. Goodbye, Midgar. I knew thee well.
I'm not sure that was insane.
Well, well. It does look like rain. Is it wet out here? Or is it just me?
Mission accomplished, right?
Mission accomplished. When you're home safe.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself.
You're not getting the hint,
You
Leon?
could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on. Let's go home.
The plate is falling, Leon. You saw a streamer getting lost on a river, but she survived at the end. Got really scared for Hachi.
Come in. I said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon. Leon, are you and Ashley all right?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Big Bird.
Come on.
Don't mention it. Like, really, don't bring it up, seriously. Resident Evil 4. There we go. We did it. My second ever Resident Evil to finish, and my first one with Leon. My first third-person Resident Evil. And like, as much as I liked 8, I don't know. I gotta let the hype of this one pass in my brain a little, because I currently have the adrenaline of playing through the last parts. I didn't lose to the final boss, and I also beat the timer, so I feel good about that. So I got the adrenaline there right now, but I think even when it passes, I'd probably have to say this one was better than 8. 8 was good. I enjoyed 8 a lot. 8 was what made me feel like I wanted to play the rest of the series. But this one was real good. I mean, Leon is so much better than Ethan. Like, that's one of the turning points there. And also, like, I didn't like Mia, and I didn't know if Mia was, like, even salvageable in 8. And, like, Ashley was kind of a, an endearing character. Ada, like, I know what you guys are thirsty over, Ada. I get that part, but I've told you before, personality is such a big thing for me. Like, her type of personality in this ain't my kind of thing. So I feel you, Matreus. I have no feelings for Ada. Not in this game. I know she's a reoccurring character. We'll see. I think Ashley was a lot more endearing in this. Leon was awesome. Side character like Luis was kind of cool. Okay, I'm gonna shut up for the scene. Let's see. Speaking of Ada.
Patch me through.
Patchy me through.
I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of
I'd just drop it into the ocean.
Billions.
How ambitious. We're changing course now.
It's Wilson Fisk. A million will die, but that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's not Wilson Fisk, that's Farquaad more like. Got a Lord Farquaad out here. See Wesker's made an appearance. Whisker Fisk. Filson Wesker. Next stop, everyone jump here, please. It's a teaser for the 5 remake.
Stop, everyone jump here, please.
Orson, thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate that. I don't know what was different about Jose's subscription. Like this little bar at the bottom, it go. This little bar at the bottom goes up every time somebody gifts a sub. But for some reason, it went up when Jose resubscribed. I'm not sure. Jose was special. Orson!
Subscribed. Orson gifted a tier 1 sub to Ink_.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it does go up with the gifts. We are now only 12 away from Rachel. Orson, holy shoosh. Thank you so much. Well, let me see. Who did you get? You got Ink Quill, recent subscriber. You got Von Locke, one of the friends of Pio, recent as well. Doom of Epicness, nice, nice. You got Hakua, and you got Mechanical Cyborg. I miss Mechanical Cyborg. I saw Mechanical over on Jose's recently, I think. Awesome. Thank you so much, Orson. And so much closer to our goal now. 12 away. So close to Rachel's stream. I fought a war and I learned how to win. Try to DMCA the streamer. Blah, blah, blah. Sips wine. What taught you to hate Chris? Matreus? Resident Evil 5? Specifically? Mechanic usually streams Fallout 76, but it's usually pretty late. Yeah. Mechanical Cyborg would definitely show up if I was playing more Fallout. So Ricky, hear me out? No. Anytime you start with that, the answer is no. I'm gonna look the other way. I'm not gonna read it. No. I'm kidding. What have you got to say, Azrael, dude? The song kind of good. It is a little bit of a bop. It's probably gonna get this part of the stream muted though. That happens to my VODs all the time. Turn the other cheek. No, maybe, but no. RE5 experience is fun if you play with someone else. It's multiplayer? Really? The older one was, not sure if the remake will be. Interesting. I'll probably end up playing through them all, but it's unlikely that I'll play through the whole game multiplayer. It's a little hard to set that sort of thing up on a stream. That final boss was pretty cool. I really did get down to like the last of my resources. I was running low on ammo. I used up like the remainder of my healing items. I just I saw an opportunity and tossed my very last heavy grenade back to the place where I saw his last couple of weak points were, and it finished him. Kinda cool. Feels kind of crazy that they're gonna remake the PS3 games. Yeah, well, I guess it's been a long time since PlayStation 3 at this point. Strange as that is to think about. You always hog the ammo in RE5. Worst kind of teammate, Haruru? I hated the games that was like the case for. Like, me and my brother used to play the Phantom Menace game that was PlayStation 2? PlayStation 1? It couldn't have been 1, right? It must have been PlayStation 2. But regardless. As much as we tried to split everything, there was always like a fight for resources, and that it always like ended up being uneven. It's always tough. Altair says the only thing I remember about RE5 was that there's a female character that you can unlock a tribal, somewhat skimpy clothing for. Interesting. I wonder if they'll cut that in the new one. I remember that was the case for Dino Crisis as well, the game that I keep telling Jose you should play. It was popular back then to make like the tribal skimpy outfit for some reason. You could unlock like a cave woman outfit for the main character of Dino Crisis, who was a lady, and that was fairly skimpy as well. The multiplayer one was Jedi Power Battles for PS1. Okay. And like, my brain was saying PS1, but I guess that game must have just been like a pretty good PlayStation 1 game. Because I'm like, I remember they had like the whole orchestrated Duel of the Fates built into the game. And like the models were not bad. I would have guessed probably more suited to early PlayStation 2, but I guess it was just a pretty good PlayStation 1 game. Probably the next Resident Evil that I'm going to play is 2, because I own Resident Evil 2 and I played some of it in the past. I'll probably restart it, although I don't know. I could just load up our spot. But I already own Resident Evil 2, and that's kind of the beginning of Leon's journey, right? Was Leon in 1? I don't think so. 1 was Chris, wasn't it? And I think they have not remade 1, if I'm correct. Or have they? I always forget if they remade 1. We've talked about it before here. Alright, one more scene. It's Big Bird. Oh no. Leon's picture. Leon's picture is him like with his head slightly leaned, resting against his hand. That's like the picture that I like, one of the few pictures I've actually put of myself up online, like purposefully, was me in the Crusade hoodie. Basically in that position. More fodder for Azrael dude to be like, you're the same person. They already re-released Resident Evil 5 on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, so they still gonna plan to remake it again? I'm sure they will, because they're making tons of money from all this. Haru says RE2 is Leon and Claire. Gotta play both characters for the full story. Yeah, and I'm happy to do that. But did they remake the first one? Mark says, yeah, pretty sure they remade the first one first. I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure 2 was the first one they remade. This is the remake decade for sure. For sure. Although we did look at some cool new games coming out the other day, the trailers. I remember people talking about how weird it was that they remade 2 first and not 1. That's the only reason I say that. Because there was like a whole thing about it. New playthrough, okay. So it just starts you right off on New Game Plus. You complain about remake, but waiting for P3 remake. Persona 3? That's the only Persona I've ever played, but I didn't finish it. Final Fantasy 16 came out today, and you're looking forward to playing Spider-Man 2? Yeah, Spider-Man 2 will be interesting. I should play the first Spider-Man before Spider-Man 2 comes out. Now, I already know the whole story of that, so I don't have to. But I may. Arura says they didn't remake the first one. A fan took it upon themselves to do that, but Capcom shut it down. I did hear about that unfortunate thing, yeah. If this is the remake decade, where's the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remake or Fallout New Vegas remake? We don't need to distract Bethesda. Like, maybe you can hand it to another company. We don't need to distract Bethesda from some of the cool ones. So you've played 8, then 4, next is 2. So I guess after that it'd be 1, and then 0.5. I actually did 2 before this one, and we played a good amount of it, but I don't remember how far we got. Like, we got all of the medallion pieces that are in the like the initial police station, and it opened up like the waterway area. But I don't think we went in there. I think that's about where we stopped. So I'm not sure. There's an RE0. I have heard that. But when did RE0 like come out in relation to the other ones? And it's not canon? Bethesda works on 1 spaghetti code a month. Give them a break. Yeah. Jose says, I hope they do remake Fallout New Vegas. From what I heard, the art director of the game is colorblind. That's why the games are either green, Fallout 3, or New Vegas brown. Even though they fit the style. Like, honestly, New Vegas did not catch my attention at all while I was playing it. Maybe in a more, like, Fallout-y mindset. Like, if I'm really itching for a Fallout game, I should load New Vegas back up and give it another chance. I unlocked the pinstripe costume, round sunglasses, foam mask flight cap. Professional mode's been unlocked, so that's how I get the ears. If I really want to go that way. Extra content shop. Oh, I unlocked them, quote unquote, but I still need to buy them, right? That's what it looks like. I can't preview them. Different outfits for Ashley. Bone jaw mask. Are these outfits? Oh, they're character models. These are outfits, right? A costume. Yeah, these are costumes, and these are character models. Gotcha. You have a lot of CP. I wish games would stop using CP, honestly. I see it in so many different games, and it means so many different things. My work also has it, and it means cost point for, like, logging time. It's just way too common an acronym, and it also sometimes means something really bad. So I wish it would just stop. Costume time. I wish I could like preview them. I guess just jacket and jacketless for Ashley, her main outfits. Shirt and jacket for Leon. So pinstripe is really like the big different one. The glasses, cat eye, are an Ashley one. Interesting. Eye patch is Leon. Skull mask is Leon. Foam mask is Leon. Face guard is Leon. Sunglasses, frameless and round, are both Leon. Costume points, chain point. Child Po from Kung Fu Panda. Don't use CP, use PP. I remember somebody posted a screenshot of the scene from Kung Fu Panda where it is the child version of the main character, Po. And they posted it to social media, and they said, watching child Po right now with my parents. But right now was shortened to RN, like a lot of people do on social media. So, it was watching Child Po RN with my parents. And people were like, man, that space is doing so much work right now. Mark says, pretty sure in Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, CP was capacity points, even though you'd think it'd be card points in that game. Yeah, you'd think. You saw that, Altair? I'm like, they had to have known, right? Buy Ada Wesker's and Ashley's model real quick. Azrael, dude. Really? You just want to look at all of their asses. I'll give you Wesker. All right. You get one. Let's take a look. There you go, Azrael, dude. Look at that. Pants are all stretched out. You see that? Get an eyeful. Azrael, dude. You want me to see that physics exists if I zoom? Zoom what? What physics am I what physics am I supposed to look at on him? Just this little the holster? Buy the regenerator? Now there's an idea. There's an idea, Haruru. Do I have the regenerator available? Let me see. Yum. Look at that jiggle physics. And on the thighs too. Look at that. This is a man who wesks. Is this doing something for you, Azrael, dude? Like, the thing that I hate... Okay, hold on. Let me play with this for a second before I complain. Nope, never mind. I can do it. I was gonna say, the thing that I hate about all these games that have model sections is it lets you zoom in, but then you just zoom into somewhere on the center and you can't move it around, so you can't, like, get a close-up of the face. This game actually does let you go up here. So. Complaint withheld. Those eyes like turning on and off, or is it just certain angles? Seems to be certain angles. Interesting. Play the voice button. All right, let's voice button Wesker.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Excellent. Why does it smell like my computer is gonna explode? It's like some real heat getting generated right now. Ramon Salazar mutated. That'd be a fun model to have, I'm not gonna lie. Who wants a model of the guns? No, even more so, who wants a model of the ornate beetle? Kerplow. Garador armored. You wanted Ada, you said? Azrael dude? What Azrael do? Ada and Ashley? Come on, man. Pretty sure I know why you want those. Ingrid Hunnigan. I don't know if I learned her first name, did I? I think I only ever heard Hunnigan. The milkman, the neighbor, the creepy guy in my window. Have a good, just a good. Wow, I'm off today. I'm not working properly. You okay, Orson? Make sure you hydrate. Get some rest. When you say have a good, does that mean you're leaving? If you are, I hope you rest well. Mike and Helicopter. They give Mike a model here? I'm not buying those characters, Azrael, dude. I refuse. Credits full vocal version. Challenges. Is the cat ears like an actual challenge that they put here? Rescue Ashley as she's being carried away by the enemy. I completed most of these. Okay, so these are just for CP. Gotcha. Helicopter's the best model from Devil May Cry 2. Gun Fanatic for 0 CP. Obtain all the weapons 17 out of 29? What? I missed 12 weapons? Like, I know there's some I didn't buy, but 12? That was more than I would guess. Not gonna lie. I missed one of the Castellans. I had a feeling. I kept saying, I was like, watch, I will have just missed one, because I was pretty sure I missed one in the first area. These are for other outfits, like you can put an iron, a helmet on. Interesting. Standard motor higher with A rank. Okay, so this is where I could see the cat ears then, right? Is this a night outfit for Ashley? S rank plus Peerless Agent. There we go. Leon S. Kennedy. Leon S. plus Kennedy. Okay. Cat ears. Complete the main story on professional mode with an S rank. Wait, is it not under a certain amount of time? Why did I kept hearing? Why did I kept hearing it was like under 5 hours? Is that what you have to do in order to get S plus? Is that what it is? The primal knife is the invincible knife. Is that the one I get for the Castellas? Where was I? I must be down here, right? Yeah. The last Castellan is always missable. Was it like a later in the game Castellan, Haruru? Was it like while I was running out of the facility with 2 minutes left? They put a Castellan somewhere? I like this game a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if I come back and mess with some of the challenges at some point. The S plus ranking requires finishing the game in less than 5.5 hours. Gotcha. Gotcha. It would be an interesting thing to attempt. But I'm not going to be doing that for a little while because I do want to bring some other content in. I just loved this game. I gotta say, I loved it. The final boss was a cool sequence. They didn't go too far with it. Like, I was worried it would have 100 million different forms. It didn't. They kept it classy. I did get to shoot Sadler with a rocket launcher at the end, despite never having bought the rocket launcher in the game. So that was kind of nice. I didn't really love the military base kind of feeling of like the last area in the game. I think that the facility where the regenerators were, even though it was higher tech, like, it was cool and it was creepy, and I really enjoyed like the feeling of that. When we got to the military segment, I don't know, it wasn't like the strongest segment in the game. The village is a 10 out of 10. Village is pretty good. I think I liked the regenerator section more. And I did like Ramon's Fortress as well. It just got a little samey after a while. But I love it. It was a cool scene. I think they were all pretty strong in their own way, except for the military base. And it's not that that didn't have anything going for it. It was just like, it didn't have the same sort of standards to it, I feel like, that the other places had. But of course, that's entirely opinion based. Just in terms of what I enjoyed, what I liked, what I was feeling the vibes from. Because most of the time the military section didn't feel creepy either. It just felt like, oh, we're in a full-on brawl. We got tons and tons of enemies coming at us. And it's all gonna be pile drives and like rapid fire and grenades and this or that. Like, you saw even the way I played, it was just like bullets everywhere, explosions everywhere, all this stuff during the military base sequence. But when I was walking around the fortress, I was spooked, I was sneaking, I was discovering new things, I was being careful. When I was going around the regenerator labs, I was terrified. I was like peeking around and trying to look at everything with my biosensor scope. The village, like, it was my first impression of the whole thing, and the dogs were freaking me out. Like, I think all the rest of the game had more of a Resident Evil feeling, and like the final military section was just like guns and explosions, action movie feeling. And I know Resident Evil is action horror. A lot of people don't even want to give it the horror label, but it is. It is. It's just action horror. Some parts of it are more horror than others. It's not pure horror. It's like, I'm shooting myself in the foot by bringing this up, but it's like the Switch debate on my whole stream, where people don't want to accept that I'm a Switch because they're like, well, you don't act like a top all the time. It's like, people don't want to accept that Resident Evil is horror because it doesn't act like a horror all the time. But it's a combination of things. It plays to different roles at different times. Just like me being a Switch, guys. You see? It all comes full circle. Now you may ask what happened to the merchant. We never know. You know what, Azrael, dude? I was actually thinking that in the middle of the final scene where the island was blowing up, but I didn't want to talk over the scene. And I was also going to be rude about it. It's going to be like, and finally, the merchant shut up. It's not horror after RE4 for you. What about RE7? And RE8? Are you just saying that like 5 and 6 aren't horror? Because if that's the case, I don't remember them well enough to comment on that. But definitely like 7 and 8 have horror elements. I do remember 5 and 6 were goofy. That's like the only thing that I like. 5 and 6 were like campy action movies. That's what I remember taken away from them when I watched them. It ages ago. I was probably in my teens. Mark says, geez, I didn't know the military base was going to be the whole rest of the game. Yeah, they had 4 distinct different sections, and I guess like military base was just where they decided to end it. Insert GTA poop, here we go again. 5 and 6 are more action-packed and less creepy horror, yeah. 6 being the worst one. I'm still gonna look forward to playing it. I'll play it, Azrael, dude. Don't worry. I hear you. I know you're afraid that I'll skip that game because of what some people say about it. I'll play it. You don't need to worry. 7, yes. 8 was only the baby part. I mean, I'll give that to you based on that being kind of opinion. But I would say that horror stretches to more than just the baby part. It's just the baby part was the only part that went pure horror. Now remember, same way with the top-bottom switch argument. When something is a mix, it's action horror genre. Most of the time, it's not going to be full horror. It's the mixture of the two. Azrael dude's so happy with me, doesn't even have anything else to say. He's speechless now. On the topic of horror, have you ever played The Quarry? I've not, actually. I've played other games that that group has made. Like, okay, which one did they do? They did Until Dawn, yeah? I played that. I always get them confused with Quantic Dream, unless they are Quantic Dream, in which case I get them confused with the other team that I forget the name of. But I always think of things like Beyond Two Souls, and Heavy Rain and things like that as well. I know those are different groups. Jose says there's 2 types of people in this world. Those who can extrapolate incomplete data. Ezra Dude says, do you really take seriously the Dom/bottom debate? Well, first off, top and Dom are not necessarily the same. Azrael Dude. And secondly, kind of and kind of not. I don't take seriously you guys bullying me about being a bottom. That part's just a silly joke, but people using it as like forms of identity, and it being interesting how people choose to identify themselves, that still falls, I mean, it's a kind of a weirder topic, but it still falls like oddly into the wheelhouse of like psychological stuff that I find it fascinating to actually educate about sometimes. But in terms of the bullying that happens as a streamer, nah. That's just like, yeah, exactly like what you're saying there, Azrael Dude, like an average VTuber tag. Like, that has become such a staple of people just like throwing out there to bully streamers with, especially like the bottom thing. Sometimes I just find it funny or interesting to turn something that was a joke or like an attempt at bullying into actual like let's talk about this from a learning perspective and educate people instead of bullying. You see? Mandy says to Jose's extrapolate incomplete data. The other type of person is apparently the ones that are confused right now. There are some VTubers that don't handle that well. Yeah, and there's some VTubers that engage in constant like arguments and callouts all over Twitter all the time. I don't know if it's age or what. But it takes a lot more to actually get under my skin. If you guys give me a hard time, I just give you a hard time back. Like when I timed you out earlier, Azrael, dude. Do you remember that? Do you remember when I timed you out earlier? That was funny. Mark says, man, Twitchers make some weird ass idiosyncrasies for themselves. Yeah, sometimes for sure, yeah. Especially the VTuber side of Twitch. Azrael knows that well. Anyway, I'm actually really surprised, to be honest, that it's almost midnight. I think I enjoyed this last section of this game so much that time flew by, because I was here thinking, man, it must be like 11, right? It's 11:40. They honestly scare you sometimes, Jose. I think we have like a little bit. Yeah, I'll join the VC. Let's talk on the VC, Jose. There we go. I'm in it. I always kind of forget that I'm not, because I used to need it in order to stream. Let me actually close the game and go to the close-up. Hey, Jose.
Ah, my ears. I forgot that I got you all blown up.
Oh, you have like the volume really loud?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to grace your ears.
So congratulations for finishing the game. What do you think of it?
Thank you. I as much as I loved 8, and 8 like really got me into the series, and when I finished 8, I was like, that was so good, I want to play the rest. I think this one might beat 8 for me. Like I gotta get a little bit of I gotta let the adrenaline of finishing the game pass a little bit, so that I can like reasonably say that, reasonably compare the two when I'm not like currently in the hype of it. But yeah, I think this was better. I like Leon. I like Ashley. I like the story of this one. I liked some of the side characters who showed up. I like the environments. I like the third-person control of this one was kind of cool. And some of the enemy designs, like the boss designs and stuff. I feel like 8 didn't live up to the boss designs of like this one. I don't have a lot of Resident Evil experiences, but 8 had some cool ones. I thought that like Lady D turned into kind of a cool looking creature, but that's simply because I lacked experience. Like when I see all the bosses of this game, I'm like, actually Lady D's transformation is a little lackluster.
Lady D?
Lady D.
Uppies?
I mean, she straight up picked you up a few times in that game, so I think that awoken something in a lot of people.
So any questions that you feel like the game failed to answer to you?
By the end, they did a like surprisingly good job answering a lot of the story stuff, except of course, like, they didn't fill in a whole lot of detail about Krauser and Leon's backstory, but I feel like that was more just a failing on their part to tell that particular story well.
The thing that made me laugh the most is that you're reading all the entries from Luis on his lab. Like he even said it himself that it's my lab, it's my research, everything is there. And you're reading that and you're like, I wonder who wrote this.
Well, yeah, the reason is because he wasn't the only researcher there. Some of the other things that I read through the game, like I started to read them from Louise's perspective, and then at the end it was signed by one of the other researchers. So I was like, this sounds like it would be Louise, but like since it's not signed, I don't know whether it is or not because I've been wrong before.
But that made me laugh so much because that was actually Louis' lab. Everything there is owned by Louis, every single thing. I'm like,
well, we weren't told that until like the last one that I wrote, and then it was like his name on everything on the emails. I was like, okay, that answers the question.
And I don't know if you noticed, but on the email exchange that he was having with AW, they put the catchphrase. Do you know what the catchphrase is?
The catchphrase? No, I think I missed that.
What's the first thing that Luis says to you when you meet him?
What's the first thing Luis said to me when I meet him?
I don't know if you can recall that.
Yeah, I remember he had some kind of witty one line, some kind of thing when I took his mask off. Was he asking for a cigarette?
Yes, that's the code phrase. I don't know if you noticed when he signed off on the email, he's like, "Oh, can you pick me up some smokes?"
Yeah.
Because that's pretty much the code phrase. That's why the first thing that he did when you meet him is like, "You got any smokes?" And Leon answers like, "No, those things will kill you." Because
oh yeah,
that's not the catchphrase. But if you notice when he does the same thing with Ada, it's like, "You got any smokes?" And she's like, "Yeah, pick up some of your favorites or something like that."
Yeah.
Because that was the answer. I was like, "Ah, they actually put this. This is so cool."
That is cool. Yeah.
I really like that they actually included a little part of that way to tie in everything.
And I agree, Mark. The Ramon Salazar fight was a particularly fun transformation, I think. Yeah.
I really love this game. It's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, I had an awesome time. I definitely see myself coming back and doing some of the challenges. It's probably going to end up being on stream too, since I don't have a lot of off-stream time to do anything. So likely you guys will see more Resident Evil 4 from me in the future. Although I plan on breaking it up a little bit now.
I felt bad for As a Real Dude because I know As a Real Dude knows a lot of the lore behind the game and maybe played the older games or seen gameplay for the older games. And I can see that As a Real Dude is like, "Oh, here comes a callback for this game," I'm like, As a Real Dude, this is Ricky's second game
right.
at the most.
There was like the one part when it was like in the regenerator thing, and Azrael dude was like, "You didn't listen, so you missed it." And I'm like, "I was listening, I just didn't hear anything fancy." And I even like went back later. I was like, "Did I actually miss something?" I went back later and I like looked at the VOD and I watched over that part again. I'm like, nothing stood out to me here. Like I heard all this.
Yeah, they use the callbacks to older games or
I gotcha.
things. Yeah, so unless you have played those games, you wouldn't get them.
Yeah.
But I could see the frustration on As a Real Dude. I'm like, As a Real Dude, calm down.
Yeah,
I get it. I understand, but yeah, remember.
At this point, I'm gonna try. I mean, 1 wasn't remade, so I'm not gonna play that one. But I'm gonna try to play them mostly in order now. I'm gonna go 2 and then 3, and then when 5 is made, I'll play that one, and try to keep them in order, so that I can catch some of those things. But yeah, definitely, like I wouldn't have caught anything that was related to this group. Not at this point. Don't play 6. Oh, don't worry, I will.
One of the things that you also missed out is at the end of the jet ski. Yeah. On the ramps, you can click on the action button and you do special tricks, which they give you pesetas, which
really
for the new game plus, yeah. And the little toy thing that you need to shoot, is actually on that last level. You pretty much have to survive the guys that are dying, and it's hidden right there.
Gotcha.
The moment that you said, won't they get somebody else to take over to become the boss?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I said to somebody a minute ago, I was like, did they really hide it during like the last sequence where you had 2 minutes? That's a little bit rude, especially because, maybe I should have saved in a new slot, but especially because I saved over I save over the same slot and it's like, oh, it starts the new game, and I don't think I can choose the chapter or anything.
No.
Right? So I can't like go back to my save and just shoot it for the Invincible one.
Anything that you can say that you really enjoy a lot about this game that I know you don't have anything to compare to aside from Resident Evil 8, but like something that really popped out to you for the first time playing this game?
Let me think about that. Like, they did atmosphere surprisingly well.
Yes.
But it's hard to like specify what I mean by that. And I think it's part of the thing that I was just complaining about with the military part at the end, not really feeling like it had it. But despite the fact that I was this guy that can jump from a second story building, and honestly, my health didn't get that dangerously low too much during the game. I was pretty good at hoarding healing items. It still managed to make me feel like spooked and in danger for so much of it, like all throughout Ramon Salazar's like dungeons and the parts where they introduced the bugs that could hide.
Oh, by the way,
yeah,
talking about pushes, one thing that kind of irked me, but I didn't say anything. it's better to combine all 3 herbs because it works like a full restore if you to put it like in Pokemon terms.
Yeah, I actually noticed that after on like my 3rd one, I think, because I was like, I don't think that does more, does it? And then I was like, you know what? Let me try. And I combined all 3 of them because I had like 2 yellows, and I'm like, I'm not going to use it to make more health, so I might as well try this. And then I noticed it restored the full thing.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a full restore. And I was like, no, please combine them all. No.
Yeah, I did get that last moment, but
because the red one, the only thing that it does, it doubles the effect. So that's the reason I was like, oh no, Ricky didn't read it.
Azrael dude's like, I remember telling him that 3 are full. Nah, you didn't even know that, Azrael dude.
Oh, and I was gonna say, you didn't know why the last guy was able to control all the other ones, right? Like they do explain it at the end, and I think you read through it, but I don't know if you were able to understand it.
Yeah, I asked the question, and then like, hold on, my phone froze up on me. let me unfreeze here. So that my facial tracking.
It looks like you were just looking at the chat like,
it an Amber Alert just happened. Okay, I'm back.
I know, Kenji, me too.
Well, I never used them individually. I always at least combined green and red, like after the beginning portion of the game anyway.
Yeah, I died a little bit every single time. I was like, oh no. But I'm like, nope, this is Ricky's first time. Ricky's doing well so far.
Not after I got full health, Azrael, dude. I was just trying to save my reds to use with yellows, for most of the earlier stuff. But like ever since I had full health, I combined red and green every time I wanted to heal, so that was purposeful. And I ended up with full health pretty early because of it. Not that I necessarily needed it. One thing that bugged me a little bit is that, and excuse me if I look like I'm staring off here, I saw some texts from people at my job, so I'm just making sure everything's okay.
And you're looking at my head because you like it so much.
But it looks like everything is okay. I told you guys that, like, my work said they might need me at 8 p.m. today, but I had no day of, and they told me earlier today, oh, you should be fine, we got this other person coming on instead, so don't worry about it. I'm like, okay. But now that I see text from them, I was like, please don't tell me they're trying to get me to sign in now. Luckily, we're good.
One of the things I also do have to complain a little bit, and you mentioned it, we don't know how long exactly Ashley has been infected.
Yeah.
Yet she seems to be getting really slow symptoms about it, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering that she's been there for way longer, like at least a couple of days.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
There was this entry during the Ramon Salazar's Fortress that like started to talk about how some of the Plaga stuff that they were working on like worked differently in female hosts, and like they were prepping a girl for it, and I'm like, okay, maybe they'll explain this a little bit more, and maybe this is why like Ashley is resilient to it, and maybe it's like she's just sort of there in a dormant state until Salazar does something or something like that. But they never actually ended up going more into it, like you're saying, like, so we didn't really get answers about it.
They don't really go full details. Pretty much, this is just speculation, but they do mention at the pretty much at the final chapter, starting from the mines and all that, that there's a special strain where it allows the person to not explode into an animal,
yeah,
and still remain fully conscious and functional, like pretty much everybody there on the island.
Right.
Because you saw that a lot of the people on the island were still doing work, they were still conscious, the scientists were even acting normally. So they were still pretty much themselves, they were just, they just had a parasite inside of them. So that's the only thing that I can kind of attune it to it, but like I said, it's pretty much a speculation at this point.
Yeah.
But they didn't go into too much details. That's the only thing that I'm like, maybe that, but
yeah, that's sort of what I picked up on too, just the various papers that talked about the different ones that they were experimenting with, creating different versions.
Yeah, I also agree with you. The whole Krauser Leon story. I'm like, who's this guy?
Yeah, that's just a sort of standout in the game. That one's just like bad storytelling.
Yeah,
but that's okay. It didn't affect anything too much. It was a little weird for this guy who had like some apparently deep backstory with Leon that we'd never met before to show up, and then for them to have that moment of like you've learned well, Leon, and Krauser's die, and I'm like, shut up. You've been calling me rookie this whole time. It's like,
who's this guy again?
calling me rookie this whole time, even though like I'm able to fight you and survive everything else on the island. It's like, what exactly are your standards for military people? Because I promise you, Leon was better than anybody else on your team.
Yeah.
But I'm apparently a rookie until I like beat him, and then he's like, we're close now. Like, no, we're not. You're an ant beneath my boot.
Yeah, the whole time I'm still like, who are you again? Do I know you?
Right. Ashley was supposed to infect her father and then go in full over the world, but never happened. Oh, like to get the president. That kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much she's supposed to go like nothing happened.
Yeah.
And while she's there, infect everybody first, the president, and from the president, everybody in the world, and so on. So that's the reason I made that connection that maybe she has that strain that allows them to still keep conscious.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's still speculation because they don't go into more details than that.
I know that Ada is in too. But I think I only saw Ada in like the parking lot or something in 2, so I didn't learn much about her. But it seemed weird to me that she was apparently working for Wesker at the end. I guess I'll have to wait until 5 to see what's up with that.
Yeah, I won't spoil it. Unless you want my answers, I won't mention anything.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like something that was really a part of this game story that much, so I'll wait on answers for that one, because I'm sure, we'll learn.
They do go into full details on 5, but 5 is weird. It's a bizarre game. I may wait until they release the remake, because the game
I'm gonna
really,
wait for the remake too.
it feels really Hollywood. That's as much as I can say. Like, if you thought 4 would feel like an action movie, 6 feels like a B movie action thing.
Yeah,
it has its cool moments, but some others is like, what?
I didn't internalize it at all, but I was saying earlier I did watch 5 and 6 like back when I was a teen or something as Let's Play snapped to the side of my computer screen. And I don't really remember much that happens in them, but I do remember that they were like campy as heck. It's like everything was like puts on sunglasses, says one liner, surfing on lava. 6 gets real tiring real fast. Yeah, but I gotta play it because Azrael Dude seems to be like obsessed with it, Matreus, and he is my VIP. Azrael Dude says the RE remakes seem to change the direction of the story a little bit. Oh, interesting. I did hear a lot of things were like sanitized a little bit in this game. Marx is pretty sure if the US president was turned into a weird zombie thing, they'd just like elect a new president, but have zombies rule the world. Not have zombies rule the world, I see. I don't know if I'd be able to necessarily tell if the US president was turned into a zombie. Depends on how much they hit it before like infesting a bunch of other people. They'd probably make the US president stay quiet until like a UN meeting or something. Like Ashley's pantyhose now. Matreus, you really like miss those legs, huh? Not that that's important.
I miss the cartoonist proportions.
I gotta go back and watch some of the scenes from the original because I never watched any 4. Because even when I was younger, I had people tell me all the time that like 4 was such a good game. I was like, I'll play it eventually. You're a leg guy, so sue you. All right.
Matthias,
if you say
what the
so.
fuck am I? Don't answer that.
You miss Ashley's ballistics?
Exactly, Kenshi. That's what I meant with the cartoonish proportions.
I mean, Ashley...
They put a silencer in this game.
Ashley wasn't exactly small-chested in this. What was she like in the first game?
Have you seen that meme about the... I have an idea for a new anime?
Yes.
It's like that.
I see.
Yes.
Ashley's ballistics here are big enough. That's what I'm saying, Azrael, dude. They didn't exactly make her small. She's got a realistically fairly large chest in this. But I guess if they had more cartoonish proportions, makes sense. They're well defined here. I don't want to stay on this topic too long.
Yeah, they were really naturally. Okay, I got something.
God dang it.
Hey, we can all appreciate a good personality. Both of them, even.
Uh-huh. I'm a personality person, but that's not what I mean by that. Anyway, yeah, I had a ton of fun with this one. And now that I'm finished with both this and Inscription, I gotta decide what my next big game is. I remember we started this conversation at the beginning of the stream, but then we got off on a tangent, and I never actually got into any other ideas I had besides Elden Ring. So I guess you guys will have to just wait and see what I end up deciding to play. Elden Ring will probably come soon. I just don't know, like, if that's the one we're gonna dedicate all the time to. Because I swear, again, like, I stream for 4 hours when I stream, roughly. 1 hour of that, at least, is always talking, sometimes 2. But if we say only 1 hour, and then 3 hours of playing, then that's, like, at most, 9 hours of Elden Ring per week. But usually I mix it up with at least one of the days being different. So let's say 6 hours of Elden Ring per week. That's a lot of weeks to finish Elden Ring. Like, are you guys really even prepared for that? Time to Mimir then? I don't know what that means. Play God of War, because that's one of the big ones that I'm considering. I never saw anything about Ragnarok. So playing through God of War is one of the ones. Starting the Danganronpa series is another consideration. That's one that has been on my to-do list for a while. I don't know what you guys think. Mimir means sleep. Oh, gotcha. It is midnight for me, so I do gotta wrap up shortly here, and we'll probably send a raid over somewhere. Cute way of saying dormir in Spanish. Got it. Sure, why not? Elden Ring seems easy to talk over anyway. Yeah, it's just gonna be a long commitment, or possibly a commitment that we never end up finishing on stream. I just want you guys to be ready for that, just given the severe length of that, and the fact that when I play a Souls-like game, I tend to be pretty thorough. So I'm just a little, I find it to be a daunting task, like Azrael Dude says. I'm looking forward to it. I just don't want to disappoint anyone if eventually, like, we need to put it down or put it on hiatus or something to mix up the content of the stream a little bit, because that's going to be a lot of weeks. I saw sometimes Jose was, you were pulling, like, occasional, like, 8-hour streams that had Elden Ring for such a long time, and you didn't even finish it on stream.
I like to explore every nook and cranny, and
yeah, that's how I am too.
And you know how in this type of games it's kind of a little bit like Metroidvania. Once you acquire a skill or an item, you try to put A with B, but if it doesn't work with B, you try with C, but if it doesn't work with C, you go to D, and if D doesn't work, you need to see a doctor. Like, I try to do that a lot. Like I will find a new skill. I'm like, ooh, I wonder if I can use the skill on this, and then I go back to starting point, and I just kept going back and forth, and that's the reason I couldn't finish it.
Yeah, makes sense. Mark says
But,
people enjoyed
yeah.
watching you play through Fallout 4. That's true, but a big difference between then and now is I was sacrificing too much back then. I was playing like 5-6 hour streams like 5 or 6 times a week. And it was like all game, there wasn't a talking section on the beginning. So that adds up pretty quickly, but I couldn't keep up that pace. And then I ended up going on almost a 6-month hiatus at one point with just the occasional stream here and there where I could fit it in. And that's where most of my momentum of growth actually died, because I was zipping up in terms of numbers like so fast back then, but then I took like 5 or 6 month break with just occasional streams that didn't have any consistency to when they happened, and it slowed down a lot for a long time. But now I've committed to a schedule that like I can really manage. Unfortunately, that schedule, you know, so far with real life things and work and game development and all that stuff, the schedule that I can really manage is 3 days a week, 4-hour streams, and usually we talk 1 or 2 hours of those 4. I've been keeping it more to 1 lately, but occasionally we've gone to 2. So the time is gonna like add up a lot slower. And I think it's fair to say Elden Ring's probably longer than Fallout 4. Not that you can't play Fallout 4 for longer. I guess it sort of depends on what you do with yourself. But it certainly guides you along the story a little bit more directly.
I want to play Fallout 4 and stream. Or
Fallout 4
Skyrim.
is fun, yeah. I still have yet to ever play a modded Bethesda game.
I need to ask you, who's your favorite companion? Because I'm always curious.
In Fallout 4?
Yes.
You know, I've never been that big a fan of companions in general in Bethesda games. Who did I end
Not
up...
even by design? Or by the perks that they give?
Well, those things can be cool. I just don't usually like having them with me, and I think that's a carryover from Morrowind, because that was my first Bethesda game, and I played it a ton. And the companions were such a burden. They were slower than you, they were dumb, they couldn't manage the environment, they'd get stuck on a tree somewhere and you like couldn't find them for hours, and they had some of your stuff. It was so bad in Morrowind that I think I still like feel like it's playing an escort quest when I have companions half the time. I did spend a lot of time with Curie on my team, Haru. I think she'd be up there. I can't really remember what my feelings on Piper were, to be honest. I know that I had a lot of time of Piper being in my team, and I feel like people felt like I was like cheating on Piper at some point. Like, did I start a relationship with Curie when she became a human or something? And people were like, "You're cheating on Piper," and I'm like, "I've never even established a relationship with Piper." But people were real fond of Piper, I remember. I don't know. None of them stood out to me that much in 4, to be honest, but I did enjoy Curie. Particularly in robot form, just because it was kind of neat to have the robot around. Matreya says, I just wish the Ashes of War outshined the jump button in Elden. I keep hearing that the jump button, like, broke the game for Elden. Was it really that overpowered? Hey, Vanny, how's it going? It was?
Pretty much, yeah, the body slam that you do with heavy weapons staggers pretty much everything, even bosses. It made the game really easy, so I do agree with Matreya. Even though I like heavy hitting weapons and all of that, it make the game really repetitive. That's why I like to give grief to one melon.
Was that like practically doing a plunging attack?
Pretty much, and the slam pretty much stun the monster, or you reach the threshold where it stagger anything. And yeah, it didn't make the game so simple. But it was a one-trick pony, like Mud Melon says.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm replaying that again, and this time I tried to use quick hitting weapons, and yeah, the game is really difficult because you don't have any stagger.
How you doing, Vanny? It's good to see you. I'm seeing Muttmelon's on right now and playing Destiny, and you're on the phone, and like that combination of things just makes me feel like I want to play Destiny. But it's
Density.
7 after midnight on a work night. I still got to be careful about that. But we're Sunday still sound good for you, Jose?
Yeah, I'm still good for that.
All right, so guys, on our next stream, which is going to be this Sunday, we're going to be doing some more Monster Hunter. It's probably just going to be me and Jose, although eventually it wouldn't hurt to like invite other people in. We're just basically toward the beginning of Monster Hunter World again, because we started it over. I'm going to try and learn some things I didn't. In fact, already on our first stream of it, I learned some things about like crafting and how some of the other weapons worked. Like combos, which honestly I never even really had to think about combos when I used the greatsword. That's just bonk.
Or learning how to heal.
I don't know what that's about. Every time I hear learning how to heal, I'm like, that's like the one thing I did learn.
I have to bring it up because I'm pretty sure Matreus is gonna bring it up.
Yeah, that was Matreus's always comment. I mean, in fact, he brought it up I think the same time. Did you learn to heal?
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm probably gonna try and stick with one of the ranged weapons, like the heavy bowgun, or like what was it called? Is it heavy bowgun? Is that what it is? That's what I was using last time. And I think it's pretty fun. But maybe I'll play a character where I switch between a couple weapons too. Like I think how it's supposed to be. Rather than just getting stuck with one weapon all the time. Matreus says, I'll say this, when I choose to be a healer in Monster Hunter World, Jose won't let me. I mean, there were straight up times because of allegations last time in our 140-hour previous playthrough. There were times that Jose like switched to completely not a healer build anymore. Just out of request, and I was still healing, and I was still fainted less than most people. I think I don't know, is there a form of healing I didn't learn? I guess like I never had an armor based on healing, and I wasn't healing anybody with bullets from a bowgun or anything like that, but I was using my spray. I was using some of the decorations for it. I was using all my potions, the different types. I was using the mantles, which isn't necessarily healing, but it's avoiding damage. Being a healer in Monster Hunter is too situational unless you have comms. Luckily, I've only ever had comms. I just like to play with friends. That's the case with most of these games. It's like, I would love to play Valorant again if I could just get 5 friends to play it. I love playing Destiny, but I only play it with friends. I like Monster Hunter a lot, but I only play it with friends. Spray heal, mushroom heal, gun heal, weapon heal, potions, high potion, hunting horn healer, insect glaive heal. I knew about all those except for insect glaive heal. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody use the insect glaive. I've only ever heard insect glaive mentioned.
Insect glaive creates this insect clusters, which you pretty much pop like a bubble, and they heal you.
Gotcha. So it's pretty similar to the sprays, the Vigor Wasp stuff.
Kind of, but they don't heal as much. The only thing is that you can continuously put it on the screen. You can have up to 3 of them at a time, I believe, and you can just keep regenerating as much as you keep attacking, so they're kind of nice,
I see. Think of them as mines you can activate. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'll probably play a little bit with the gun healing if I continue to use the gun.
Try to see the mods that you can equip, because each one makes a difference for it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that a little bit more next time. And as I advance my guns through the tree a little bit. I'm also going to have to focus on armor a lot more earlier on in this one, so I'll probably be a little bit more interested in farming some of the monsters than I was previously. Because last time we played, I really didn't need a change of armor until Iceborne. Because I used that stupid Guardian set. So
Yeah.
it's just like more powerful than everything else. But I started with leather this time and I'm working my way up. Already my character looks more interesting than it did for like half of our previous playthrough.
Yeah.
Alright guys, I'm having a lot of fun talking, but every time I glance down at the time and it's later and I've got stuff to do before I go to sleep, I'm thinking I should probably wrap this up. Jose, I'm looking forward to playing on Sunday.
Me too.
And let me see. A lot of people are online tonight. Let's see. Choices. There's some people I've never sent it over to before. But do I want to do that or do I want to choose a friend? I think a lot of you are probably already at Muttmelons. Let's go over to Simmingly Mel, which was somebody who was introduced to me by Muttmelon and is playing Destiny 2. So everybody go spread the love. I'm gonna start the raid here. Yeah, there's the raid message Azrael Dude put down there. Here is the sub raid. Actually, Azrael Dude, put that one down as well. You're ahead of me. Go check out some Destiny 2. We'll play some more Destiny 2 on the channel here too, in not too long because I do miss it. But I'm looking forward to that Monster Hunter on Sunday. And everybody, make sure you do your after stream care. Jose, I don't know if you're planning on doing late streaming or if you're just gonna go to bed or if you're gonna play some Final Fantasy 14. I know it's Thursday. Whatever it is.
What?
Take care of yourself.
Me too.
Get some good rest.
You take care of yourself and looking forward for this Sunday.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you for inviting me and glad to hear that you enjoyed the game. It's one of my favorite ones.
I did. I loved it.
Take care. Good night.
Good night, Jose. Bye. And bye to all of you. Thank you again for joining. I hope you enjoyed the journey through Resident Evil 4. I loved it. I'm sure we're going to continue to talk about it for a while. I'm probably going to play some of the challenges. I don't know what we're going to play on next stream. It will probably be a one-off or something short, but I will be considering the next large game, and maybe I'll ask you guys for your opinions too. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. See you later. Raid Mel. Spread the love. And I'll see you on Sunday. Bye, 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 bye.